Chapter 151. What I want is the heart of a strong person. Chu Yang said deeply, not cultivation level. As long as a martial disciple has the heart of a strong person, he can rise step by step until he reaches the peak. However, if a martial great master doesn't have the heart of a strong person, he is at most a piece of meat with great power. The heart of a strong person. The three of them seem to have understood something. Also, if you want to stay here, as long as you acknowledge me as your boss, you have to listen to me. Chu Yang said sarcastically, in my heavenly army, I don't need your deep-rooted self-esteem of two dukes. No matter what, I'm staying. Even if I have to insist, I'll insist. GMO sat at the entrance of the heavenly army and acted shamelessly. Are you willing to listen? Chu Yang frowned without worry. Of course. The three of them said in unison. At this moment, the three of them had the same feeling. If they were chased out, it would be really embarrassing. All right, I'll do it reluctantly. I'll take it as doing a good deed and taking you in. Chu Yang said very reluctantly, however. I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone can't meet my requirements, then don't be so thick-skinned when I tell them to get lost. I hate people like that. Of course, if they can't meet the requirements, who would be so thick-skinned to stay here? The four of them looked at each other at the same time with an expression that said, you'll be the first to be eliminated in the future. An invisible competition had already begun between them. Very well, from now on, I'll give the three of you a chance to determine the winner. Chu Yang said slowly, the clans in the three heavens are now arranging their seats. Of course, such a difficult task is not up to you. Chu Yang sprinkled salt on the wound again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the three of them, who were in so much pain that the muscles on their faces were twitching. He paused and said, but here, the first elimination round is a battle between the three of you. If it's a battle between the three of you, it's a battle between the three of you. The three of them puffed out their chests at the same time, their eyes burning. Within a month, everyone will raise one cultivation level. Gu Duxing is included. Chu Yang said casually, after a month, those who can't raise their cultivation level will be automatically eliminated and leave. What kind of competition is this? Don't tell me you don't care about the level of your power at all? Luo Kadi jumped up. This is not fair. You can leave if you don't accept it. You can also leave if you admit defeat. Chu Yang sneered. Fair trial? You actually want fairness from me? Let me tell you, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. I don't care how you train. This place is big enough. Even if you train yourselves to death, that's your problem. I'll say the same thing. You don't deserve to be my brother if you can't improve. Chu Yang slowly said, what about you? GMO called out, are we the only ones practicing? Are you here to watch the show? Of course, there's also me. I am now a 4th grade martial warrior. Within this month, I will break through to the martial master realm. I'll abdicate if I can't do it. Chu Yang snorted and said, how about that? The four of them were speechless. Breaking through from a 4th grade martial warrior to a martial master in a month? Do you think you're a god? Let's bet. The four of them gritted their teeth. If he didn't gamble with such conditions, he would really be a fool. The three of them rubbed their fists and prepared to fight for the position of the boss in a month. Only Gu Duxing looked at the three of them with pity. These three fools. I've seen him advance by 3 ranks within 4 hours in a single morning. Do you really think it's difficult to raise 3 grades in a month? It wouldn't be strange if he directly broke through to the martial great master realm. From the time GMO and the others started to rebel to Chu Yang keeping them here, the time was very short. Chu Yang's method was also very simple. In fact, Chu Yang didn't even play any tricks. Because the methods he used were very clear. It was obvious at a glance that Chu Yang's intention was to keep them here. This wasn't a scheme, but an open one. However, it was these schemes that could be seen through at a glance that made GMO, Luo Kadi, and Luo Kadi willingly stay behind. They were even willing to pay a certain price to stay. Gu Duxing only understood this point the next day. Chu Yang's method was very simple. Provoke them, then use the competitive spirit of the young people, combine it with reality and their clans, and then set a trap. If it was just one person, they might have left long ago. No matter what Chu Yang said, they wouldn't recognize him as their boss. But there were 3 people here, and they were from different clans. The situation was different. These people were competitors. How could they be willing to show weakness in front of each other? They could die, but they definitely couldn't be defeated by the other party. Therefore, Chu Yang achieved his goal very easily. Moreover, he also established his own authority. He made these second young masters of the super clan stay behind. Moreover, he also gave them a good scolding. In Gu Duxing's eyes, this was originally an unbelievable thing. When the 3 of them started to rebel, Gu Duxing knew that this matter was irreversible. He didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. Good. Since that's the case, I'll accept my loss, Chu Yang said with a smile. In order to increase everyone's enthusiasm, the Heavenly Army will adopt a competition system in the future. 1 month later, those who don't advance will automatically leave. Yes, and those who stay, the one who advances slowly will have to wash everyone's underwear for a month. Yes, including underwear and socks. If one of them isn't clean, you'll be punished for another month. Everyone looked at each other again. Wasn't this too cruel? After passing the test, they still had to wash other people's underwear and socks? GMO, do you want Gu Duxing to wash your socks? Chu Yang asked with a smile. GMO's eyes lit up instantly. Thinking of Gu Duxing washing his socks, he couldn't help but laugh. He said confidently, I'll definitely make him wash my underwear every day. Yes, Dong Wushang. Are you willing to let Luo Ku Di wash your underwear? Chu Yang continued to sow discord. Dong Wushang looked at this cunning guy with hatred and said angrily, I want you to wash my underwear. I won't take a shower and change my underwear for a month. I'll stink you to death. No problem. As long as you can beat me. Chu Yang snorted. Everyone, please take note. The first month is only a trial. There will be irregular missions. Chu Yang smiled and said, I hope everyone can withstand the test. Duxing, take out the rewards I've prepared and show them to everyone. Chu Yang reminded, our divine weapons. Just take one. Gu Duxing understood. He walked into his secret chamber and took out a sword. He threw it in front of the 4 people and said, Here, take a look. After a while, the 4 people went crazy. Asterisk asterisk. There's actually such a divine weapon in the world. Jimo's voice rang out. He was a sword user. When he saw this sword, his eyes turned red. This is mine. Get lost. The other 3 people scolded him without holding back. You think you're worthy? Clap, clap. Chu Yang clapped his hands and attracted the 4 people's attention. We still have a lot of such divine weapons. Yes, we also have sabers. Chu Yang winked at Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang immediately felt his blood boil. There was such a saber. But, as I said, this is a reward. Chu Yang said, only if you really integrate into the heavenly weapon and do something that everyone is convinced of can you get such a reward. This is purely a temptation. You can ignore it, Chu Yang said. Who could resist such a temptation? Ignore? Fuck, I'm not blind. After the 4 of them looked at the sword, they all had the same feeling. Compared to this sword, their current weapons were trash. Yes, Dong Wushang. I heard that the sharpness of the dark saber has always been very famous. Let's try it. Luo Ku Di took out the sword and challenged. Get lost. Why don't you use your own sword? Dong Wushang looked depressed. Although his saber was not an ordinary weapon, if it clashed with this sword, he was afraid that it would be chipped. This is my sword. Luo Ku Di looked at this sword as if he was looking at his lover. His face was full of admiration. Gu Duxing snatched the sword and snorted. Yours? You can talk after you beat them. As he spoke, he took the sword and walked back. Looking at Gu Duxing's back, Luo Ku Di, GMO, and Miao Butong's muscles twitched. They felt the pain of losing their hearts. There are plenty of rooms here. Each of you can find a room to stay in. I'm very busy. I won't accompany you. Chu Yang said a few words to Gu Duxing and walked out. The sun was already high up in the sky, and he still wanted to go to Butian to see what was going on. These few people were able to stay for the time being. Yes, as long as you stay, I can make you stay forever. Arriving at Butian, the Saber King was already waiting. These past few days, he came almost every day to urge them. It was not that Chu Yang did not try hard. It was not that Bution did not try hard. It was just that they could not find that person. The Saber King could not do anything about this. He clearly knew that the person was seriously injured and could not have gone far. He might even have died in the city, but he could not find him. This was very depressing. Because of this, King of Hell Chu became angry more than once. The Saber King also saw this. Chu Yang did try his best, but Inwu Fa seemed to have evaporated from Ironcloud Citadel. After a long time of not finding him, Chu Yang's heart became clearer and clearer. It seems that the king-level master in this citadel has many subordinates. Chu Yang solemnly looked at the Saber King. Senior, this is not right. I suddenly feel that the direction of our search is wrong. Wrong. The Saber King stroked his beard and muttered. He had also thought about this. After a long time of not being able to find him, there must be a huge network hiding him. But the Mo clan had only come down 1 or 2 months ago. How could they have so many networks? Could it be that the Mo clan already knew that they would be searched in Ironcloud Citadel? This was clearly impossible. Chapter 152. Not the Mo clan? The Saber King frowned and muttered. Then who could it be? Our Mo clan has not offended anyone else. We have not had time to deal with the other targets. Yes, if it is not a clan from lower heavens, where would such a powerful king-level master come from? Chu Yang was also muttering to himself, sighing and groaning. His eyes were filled with deep thoughts, and he was extremely conflicted. Yes, if it is not from lower heavens, where would a king-level master come from? The Saber King unconsciously followed Chu Yang's train of thought. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Could it be? Who is it? Chu Yang's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly asked, could it be Golden Horse Riders Department? The Saber King's eyes flashed with wisdom. How about? Chu Yang hesitantly said, Sir, I really want to say Golden Horse Riders Department, because that would provoke a dispute between the two of you. That would be very beneficial to our Ironcloud. But it seems like Golden Horse Riders Department has no conflict with you. This guess is too far-fetched. This is not it, and that is not it. In lower 3 heavens, could it be that there are many king-level masters? The Saber King was very pleased with Chu Yang's honesty, but he refuted, even if it is lower heavens, how many king-level masters are there? But if it is Golden Horse Riders Department, what is the reason? Chu Yang frowned and tried to explain. Golden Horse Riders Department is already busy dealing with Ironcloud. Why would they want to create a strong enemy like you at this time? Dealing with Ironcloud. The Saber King pondered. The matter of you dealing with the Mo clan is not a secret, right? Chu Yang probed and hesitated. What do you think? The Saber King asked. Before dealing with the Mo clan, perhaps it was a secret, but now it is definitely not a secret. That is to say, with Diwu Qingrou's powerful intelligence network, he should have already known about you dealing with the Mo clan. Chu Yang pondered. Perhaps it is like this. Let me think. What do you want to say? Just say it. The Saber King also felt as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't figure it out. Hearing Chu Yang's hesitation, he couldn't help but become impatient and said, Golden Horse Riders Department is your enemy. Why are you defending them? I'm thinking, if it is Golden Horse Riders Department, I'm afraid there is only one reason to open the bottle. Chu Yang's eyebrows almost formed a straight line. You see, you are now in Ironcloud Citadel, right? Other than staying in Ironcloud Citadel, you don't live anywhere else, right? If I were Diwu Qingrou, I would think, why would Mo's people stay in Ironcloud Citadel? Why don't you stay in Great Zhao for a long time? Chu Yang seemed to have grasped the main point. The more he spoke, the more fluent he became. The Saber King listened attentively and nodded. Then I would think, could it be that the Mo clan and Ironcloud had reached some kind of agreement? Chu Yang's finger gently tapped on the table. That's right. The Mo Saber King's expression became serious as he sat up straight. If the Mo clan really helped Ironcloud, then it would be a big problem, Chu Yang said, and with Diwu Qingrou's personality, he likes to drag out the danger until it is too late. And at this time, there is a heaven-sent opportunity. Chu Yang thought it through and suddenly clapped his hands. What heaven-sent opportunity? The Saber King's breathing became heavy. Finally, we are about to reach the crux of the matter. The truth is about to be revealed. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. The grudge with the Mo clan? Yes, yes, please continue. Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up. If Diwu Qingro thinks this way, then he will certainly attack without exposing his identity. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, our biggest target of suspicion and hatred can only be the Mo clan. The Saber King's eyes were now filled with something called wisdom. Correct. Chu Yang looked at the Saber King as if he was looking at a deity. Senior, you should really be in the officialdom. With Senior's divine foresight, this kind of meticulous planning, this kind of spinning cocoon in the heavy fog. The Saber King stroked his beard and said, actually, this is nothing. The main thing is that the onlooker sees more clearly. Yes, Senior, you're right. Chu Yang kept on flattering him. Then, he suddenly slapped himself in annoyance. I'm ashamed. Actually, I'm just a bystander. Senior, you're the one who's involved. I'm really ashamed to death, haha. The Saber King kindly smiled and confidently said, however, this kind of scheming is truly amazing. A prime minister of lower three heavens actually knew and dared to take advantage of the conflict between us and the Mo clan. Amazing, huh? Chu Yang's eyes were full of confusion. He carefully said, Senior, you mean? You see, the Saber King patiently explained. He had never been so patient before. Diwu Qingro attacked us, so we can only suspect the Mo clan. In any case, we are already mortal enemies with the Mo clan, right? Yes. Chu Yang's eyes were pure. So no matter what, as long as we can't find the culprit, we will fight the Mo clan. The Saber King said, this way, Diwu Qingro and his people can hide forever. Moreover, we would have prioritized dealing with the Mo clan if we were truly Ironclad's right-hand man. The Saber King said wisely, Diwu Qingro really understands us. He knows that even if we help you, it is only a temporary measure. Once something happens, we will still prioritize our own matters. This person's mind is truly worthy of being called the wisest person. I can't believe you've even considered this. Senior, I have a question. Chu Yang was like a humble and studious student. Speak. The Saber King was in an extremely good mood. Although this matter is flawless, it is still risky. If any expert is caught, or dies on the spot, or is exposed, and is caught by us and recognized by us, wouldn't the truth be revealed? In that case, Diwu Qingro would have one more powerful opponent. Chu Yang asked with suspicion. From my understanding of Diwu Qingro's character, he wants to be safe. He shouldn't do such a risky thing. Yes, this is indeed a problem. The Saber King frowned. Idiot, you can't think of such a reason? Chu Yang cursed in his heart. He looked up and muttered to himself, could it be that Diwu Qingro has a way to get away with this? But what method should it be? He should know that even if he was not exposed, his people would come in a few days. With the three sides facing each other, this matter would be exposed. This is really strange. You are an idiot. You can't even think of such a simple matter? The speaker and the listener were both interested. The Saber King was immediately reminded by Chu Yang's muttering. This matter is very simple. I would like to hear the details. Chu Yang looked at the Saber King in confusion. The Saber King said with a sense of accomplishment, this will depend on those people. If this bastard is exposed, then if I am not wrong, those people will definitely come to find us to explain this misunderstanding and give us some compensation. When he said the word misunderstanding, the Saber King coldly snorted twice and let out a bone-chilling sneer. Chu Yang looked at the Saber King with a flabbergasted expression and said, not necessarily. Such deep hatred, how can it be called a misunderstanding? Unless Diwu Qingro has a miraculous medicine that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth and bring the dead back to life. But such a miraculous medicine is hard to find even in upper three heavens. Diwu Qingro may not have it, right? If Diwu Qingro has such a medicine, I would not be surprised at all. The Saber King looked at Chu Yang in disdain. You're the Prime Minister of Great Zhao. Don't you have any life-saving medicine? What a joke. Hiss. If that's the case, then Diwu Qingrou's scheming is truly amazing. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he shook his head and sighed in shame. I'm not as good as him. I'm not as good as him, no? Senior, even if he came to explain, he may not be able to accept it. Plus, that person is not exposed yet. Why would he come to explain the misunderstanding? Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked again. You are an idiot. The Saber King looked at him resentfully and said, just think about it. If Diwu Qingrouo sent someone to clear up the misunderstanding and give the Sword King a cure, how much sincerity would that show? With this matter as a precedent, what reason would we have to oppose Diwu Qingrouo? Wouldn't we feel ashamed? Chu Yang suddenly understood. He gritted his teeth and said, so that's how it is. Diwu Qingrouo, you are so vicious. I worked so hard to get an ally, and you actually schemed against me like this. The more he spoke, the angrier King of Hell Chu became. He roared and stood up. He was filled with anger and indignation as he said, Diwu Qingrouo, I, King of Hell Chu, am irreconcilable with you. You or me. His voice was like a rolling wave of anger, spreading far and wide. Many people heard this long cry of grief and indignation, which was like a heart-wrenching cry of blood. To be able to make such a cry, it was either the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. Such deep resentment was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Senior, King of Hell Chu immediately said to the Saber King in fear, you must not be deceived by that person. Nonsense, the matter is so clear. How could I be deceived? Little Jean, do you think this old man is a martial artist? The Saber King said gloomily. Yes, 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 Senior is so wise. Ha ha ha. This junior's heart feels like it has been lifted from a heavy burden. Chu Yang was indeed relieved. Chapter 153. Luckily, I succeeded. Chu Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead. This was purely tiring. This job was really not easy. But in the Saber King's eyes, Chu Yang was scared. He comforted Chu Yang, don't worry, I will not let them off easily. What does Senior plan to do? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Do you even need to ask? Of course, I will kill them all. The Saber King's killing intent sword. That is too bad. Chu Yang hurriedly said, if they really had such a plan, then they must have brought good medicine. Senior Sword King's injuries are so serious. Chu Yang sighed. You really have a conscience. The Saber King's heart was moved. It would be best to trick them into meeting, then pretend to reconcile and trick them into giving us the medicine. First, we will ensure that Senior Sword King's life is not in danger. Then, haha, Senior and I will work together to catch a turtle in a jar. Let Diwu Qingrouo pay for the medicine and lose his soldiers. Let him know that in this world, there is always someone better. His self-righteous intelligence is nothing in the Hayamo clan. Chu Yang viciously said. Yes. The Saber King stood up and proudly said, this time, Diwu Qingrouo was defeated by my intelligence. Haha, if Diwu Qingrouo knew that I saw through his scheme, how would he feel? Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and laughed joyfully. Defeated by your intellect? Chu Yang's mouth twitched crazily under the mask. What the fuck? This is the first time I have seen someone with such thick skin. If Diwu Qingrouo knew about this, would he be so depressed that he would spit out 100 mouthfuls of blood and castrate himself? Then he would use the knife to slit his own throat and dig a hole to bury himself alive. This is really an injustice, Minister Chu. I have to go back and arrange this matter as soon as possible. In addition, the people from the clan that came this time must also participate in this operation. The Saber King's eyes flashed with killing intent. Diwu Qingrouo played us like fools. Haha, who does he think he is? Motherfucker. If I don't kill them this time, I will not have the face to stand in this world. Yes, this junior feels the same way as Senior. Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation as he said, speaking of this, it really makes one laugh coldly. The battle between Iron Cloud and Great Zhao is only a matter of lower three heavens. Why does Diwu Qingrouo want to involve innocent people? This lowly official despises you to the extreme. To implicate the innocent like this, what kind of wise man is he? The first sage? Ah! The Saber King thought about how he had seen through the plan of the wisest and couldn't help but feel proud. He thought to himself, the wisest should be me. All right, I'm going back to prepare. You should prepare as well. I don't think you'll be of much use here, the Saber King said with a smile. Of course. With Senior and a group of experts present, this lowly official only needs to wave flags and shout battle cries to cheer them on. However, this lowly official is also basking in Senior's glory and has obtained a great merit. Chu Yang laughed and said, Senior, this junior would like to ask for your help. Chu Yang took advantage of the harmonious atmosphere to raise his request. Diwu Qingro is probably here to save an important person that we have captured, but that person is already dead. Is it possible? Haha. You're saying that I should find someone to impersonate him, and then take the opportunity to severely injure the person who saved him? It had to be said that under Chu Yang's subtle influence, the Saber King's intelligence was rapidly increasing. Now, he didn't even wait for Chu Yang to finish speaking before he started to answer. Yes, Senior is wise. Chu Yang said with admiration. This junior was thinking the same thing, but I didn't think it would be so thorough. Ha ha. The Saber King laughed and comforted him. Understanding the world is all about knowledge. You are still young. It's inevitable that you can't think so far ahead. Yes, Senior is indeed wise. I admire you, ha ha ha. Chu Yang quickly raised his request. Then, since this is the case, I'll leave this matter to Senior. I agree. The Saber King immediately decided and solved Chu Yang's problem. I will send someone over later. Is an 8th grade revered martial artist enough? Enough. It's more than enough. Chu Yang laughed. Using an 8th grade revered martial artist to set up this trap. Senior, this is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It's too easy? Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then this old man can rest assured. The Saber King stood up and said with some reluctance, this old man has to go. He really didn't want to leave this place. In this place, he was overflowing with talent. His mind was so sharp that even he couldn't believe it. Take care, Senior. Chu Yang did not forget to flatter him again. Yes, Senior's wisdom is higher than the heavens. Your plans are flawless. It's a pity that such a talent is hiding in the wilderness. Look at our Iron Cloud Nation's Grand Marshal. Haha, Junior, don't dream too much. The Saber King proudly shook his head. He was so excited that he suddenly felt like writing a poem on the spot. I am a man of Jianghu. I should be the soul of Jianghu. Killing without blinking is my route. He shook his head. Good poem. King of Hell Chu loudly applauded. Although this poem is only 40 words, it speaks of Senior's carefree and unrestrained state of mind. It also speaks of the iron blood of Jianghu, the might of the martial arts world, and the moral integrity of a person. It is as clear as the clear blue sky and the bright moon. Listening to it, one's heart would be captivated and filled with respect. Ha ha ha, how could it be so good? You are so young and already know how to flatter. A hearty laughter sounded. In this harmonious atmosphere, the two people winked at each other with a tacit understanding. The Saber King was in a very good mood as he laughed and left. King of Hell Chu's mood was 10,000 times better as he laughed and went in. When Wu Qianqian came in, she saw King of Hell Chu using a children's book to cover his mouth. He was laughing so hard that tears were flowing down his face. His whole body was twitching as if he was having a stroke. What's wrong with you? Wu Qianqian was startled and asked in a trembling voice. What was it that made King of Hell Chu this happy? This is too unusual. I just heard him crazily cursing Diwu Qingro. Did I hear it wrong? In order to keep the conversation with the Hayamo Saber King confidential, only Chu Yang and the Saber King were present. Otherwise, an inexperienced little girl like Wu Qianqian would have been able to destroy King of Hell Chu's grand plan with a casual smile if she were to be here. Haha. King of Hell Chu was still using his mouth to express his joy. His shoulders were shaking like a dog in the middle of winter. After a long time, he finally stopped laughing and returned to normal. What's wrong? Wu Qianqian was a little scared by his laughter. Ha ha ha. This question was not important, but King of Hell Chu burst out laughing. His laughter was deafening. Wu Qian covered her ears and looked at him with a face full of confusion. Wu Qian angrily glared at him. Then, she heavily stomped her feet and walked out. She cursed in her heart. He's simply a lunatic. He's incurable. She had kindly asked him what was wrong, but he actually scolded her in such an unpleasant manner. Just as the Hayamo clan and Minister Chu were looking forward to it, on this evening, Diwu Qing Rose Vanguard finally arrived at Ironcloud Citadel. In the darkness of the night, they silently snuck in and went straight to Inwu Fa's hiding place. It had to be said that Diwu Qing Rose Intelligence Agency had been operating in Ironcloud for many years. This place was truly a secret sect. Inwu Fa, the third king level leader, was on his last breath. The two revered martial artists guarding him also felt like a year. How could there be any miraculous elixirs in such a secretive place? Plus, they could not find a doctor. At most, they could only sneakily buy some medicine and quickly come back. There was always the danger of being exposed. Without any other choice, the two revered martial artists took turns using their pure energy to keep Inwu Fa alive. These days, the two of them were almost as tired as Inwu Fa. Being able to keep Inwu Fa alive until now was already a great miracle. If the reinforcements came a day later, even if Inwu Fa did not die, the two of them would have died from exhaustion. The moment Kong Shang Xian saw Inwu Fa, his heart was in turmoil. His nose was sour, and tears almost flowed down his face. Inwu Fa in front of him was like a skeleton. His whole body was covered in blood. Fresh blood was still coming out from his wounds. When it came out, it was already purplish-black. His mouth was open, trying to exhale, but he had no strength to breathe. It was obvious that he was on his deathbed. Kong Shang Xian looked like he was in his 40s. He was originally a lone thief in lower three heavens. Later, because he offended someone he should not have offended, he had no choice but to flee to lower three heavens and live with Inwu Fa and Inwu Tian. During this time, the three of them joined Golden Horse Riders Department and became king-level leaders. The relationship between the three of them was very deep. At this moment, seeing Inwu Fa in such a miserable state, how could they not be sad and angry? If you do not cry in this life, you are afraid of being sad in this life. These words were referring to two people. Kong Shang Xian and the other lone thief of lower three heavens cried. If you do not see tears, you will not cry. If you see sadness, you will be sad. Sad Saber King Kong Shang Xian. Looking at this name, one would think he was a person who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. However, only those who knew the true meaning of this name would understand how cruel and merciless this Kong Shang Xian was. In this life, he did not cry, but he made others cry. In this life, he was afraid of being sad. Because he was afraid of being sad, he made his enemies feel sad. Seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, this was Kong Shang Xian's personality. Third brother. Kong Shang Xian quickly walked forward. His eyes were red. Chapter 154. How could these proud and arrogant young masters be willing to lose? Not only were they unwilling to lose, but they also wanted to compete with these people to see who would be the best. In their hearts, what was the point of competing with others? If they wanted to compete, they would compete with these people, because these people were the ones with the same status. Only by competing with these people could they be considered as successful. From a certain point of view, it could also be considered as a success for the clan. Although these aristocratic brothers weren't very valued in their families, and when they talked about their families, they had an unconvinced and indignant expression. In fact, each and every one of them had a very strong sense of family. Whether they were playboys or mischievous, when it came to the clan's benefits and reputation, they were more concerned than anyone else. These were the young masters of aristocratic clans. They were also the unique heritage and pride of aristocratic clans. You want to break through your limits? Chu Yang slowly walked in and asked with a smile. Nonsense. The five of them rolled their eyes. Your rules are so rigid. According to normal calculations, you need to break through your limits at least once every 2 days to be able to break through one level in a month. Breaking through one's limits every 2 days would kill you. But if you train like this, when will you be able to break through your limits? Chu Yang crossed his arms and looked at them mockingly. Are you all stupid? Then how do you want to train? Luo Ku snorted and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The weakest among you is a martial great master. If you waste your time in this kind of battle, how long will it take? Moreover, without the pressure of life and death, you won't be nervous at all. Also, at your level, as long as you have time to recover your energy, you will be able to continuously produce energy. Although it will not be as fast as the consumption, it will at least prolong the consumption time. Chu Yang said casually, and this kind of battle may seem fierce, but everyone has time to rest. Or rather, you don't want to rest. But when you can't enter the battle circle, it is your time to rest. This time may be short, but it is destined that you will never be able to break through your limits. This is a common problem for martial artists, GMO said, but what can we do? Only when we reach our limits, when we feel a kind of fatigue that is worse than death, when our dantian is empty, will we be able to take a step forward. If you say so, won't we have no hope of breaking through? There's a high chance, but you're just stupid. It's just that I can't find a way to do it. Chu Yang snorted. I can break through the limit 3 or 4 times a day. This was under the condition that I was busy during the day. If I practiced all the time, I would be completely crippled. Do you know what crippled means? 3 or 4 breakthroughs a day. Do you think you're a god? GMO snorted. He didn't believe this. For a normal person, they might be able to break through a few times a day. However, as a high-ranked martial artist, they would be able to produce an endless supply of energy. It was already difficult for them to reach their limit once. So how could they break through 3 or 4 times a day? Pressure. You guys live like princes. What pressure do you have? Chu Yang said with pity. Then, can you pressure us? GMO squinted. Very easy. Chu Yang turned his head and shouted, Gu Duxing, take off your socks. Gu Duxing was startled, but he still obeyed and took off his shoes. Then, he threw out his sweaty and withered socks. Although they were on the island, the moment he took off his socks, Luo Ku, GMO, and Miao Butong all covered their noses and retreated. After a day of sweaty socks, the smell was much stronger than the smell of salted fish. When Gu Duxing threw them out, the socks actually stood straight on the ground. Now, the 4 of you can train by yourselves. It didn't matter if they were training their fists or their swords. In short, choose the most energy-consuming set. Chu Yang looked at this pair of maverick socks. His eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. I'll only give you 1 hour. At that time, if any of you still have any energy left in your meridians and dantian, then kneel in front of Gu Duxing's socks, stick out your tongue, and lick them. Then, you have to shout to everyone present, I, Luo Ku, am not as good as this pair of smelly socks. Then, you have to wash this pair of socks in front of everyone. Why is it my name? Luo Ku said unhappily. Why not I, Dong Wushang, am not as good as this pair of smelly socks? Anyway, it's just a metaphor. At the side, Dong Wushang immediately glared at him. 1 hour? How can an hour be used up? GMO shouted loudly. A few days ago, I was being hunted down. In just 2 breaths, my energy reached the limit. Chu Yang said indifferently, because, from then on, I realized that it only takes such a short amount of time to reach my limit. The key is just the pressure. Okay, you can start now. Duxing, you'll be the judge. After 1 hour, if anyone still hasn't reached their limit, then do as I say. If all 4 of you don't reach your limit, then do the same thing. At most, I'll contribute another pair of socks. The 4 of them pondered at the same time, squeezing out all the energy in their bodies in 2 breaths. Then, what kind of pressure was this Chu Yang under? They didn't suspect that Chu Yang was lying at all, because Chu Yang didn't have any need to tell them. Okay. Gu Duxing laughed heartily. With a poof, a ball of mucus came out from his nose on that pair of socks that couldn't be more smelly. At the start, GMO and the other 3 immediately started practicing with bitter faces. If they couldn't reach their limit this time, it wouldn't just be a matter of failure. It would also be a huge humiliation. If there was only one person and Chu Yang proposed this method, He would probably fight to the death with Chu Yang. But now there were 4 of them, and each of them wanted to see the other make a fool of himself. Therefore, every time he practiced a move, he concentrated all of his strength. Luo Ku Di, in particular, used almost all of his strength. Just one punch was enough to cause his face to turn red. He thought bitterly in his heart, "Why did you use my name as a metaphor? How can I, Luo Ku Di, be inferior to a pair of socks? And it's Gu Duxing socks." In less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Ku Di threw out the last punch with all his strength. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Then, his whole body went soft. Chu Yang took a big stride forward and stretched out his hand to check Luo Ku Di's pulse. He felt that Luo Ku Di's body was completely drained. So, he turned his head and shouted, "Luo Ku Di has reached his limit. Pass." When the other 3 heard this, they immediately became anxious. "Damn, it's only been a quarter of an hour. Stand up, continue to fight. Continue to fight like before." Chu Yang kicked this guy's body and lifted him up by the neck. He said sternly, "Quick. I can't fight anymore." Luo Ku Di rolled his eyes and hung on Chu Yang's hand like a hangdog. He stuck out his tongue and said, "I'm about to die. Gu Duxing. Take that pair of socks and stuff it in his mouth." Chu Yang snorted coldly. "Okay." Gu Duxing was overjoyed. He used a thin branch to pick up the dried-up ball and swayed it over. "No." Luo Ku Di's eyes revealed a look of fear. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from. He broke free from Chu Yang's hand and ran away. "Chase. If you catch up, stuff it in his mouth." Chu Yang roared. Gu Duxing roared and chased with all his strength. He was in high spirits. Luo Ku Di's legs were weak and his vision was blurry. He kept spitting out white foam from his mouth. He didn't have the strength to curse. His consciousness was also gradually blurred. He could only rely on his instincts to dodge and run desperately. Suddenly, Luo Ku Di's speed suddenly increased unknowingly. His originally weak legs suddenly regained their vitality. He ran faster and faster, twisting and turning. However, he still didn't realize it. He was still panting and dodging with all his might with his eyes wide open. Chu Yang gave Gu Duxing a look. "Continue to chase." Gu Duxing understood. He waved his smelly socks and continued to chase fiercely. Luo Ku Di's pupils were almost scattered, but his speed was getting faster and faster. This situation left GMO, Dong Wushang, and Miao Butong dumbstruck. Other than Luo Ku Di, who didn't know, everyone knew clearly. Luo Ku Di had broken through the limit. Not only had he reached the limit, he had broken through the limit. In just a little more than a quarter of an hour, the 3 of them spat out a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. They seized the time to practice. If Luo Ku Di could do it, why couldn't they? Thinking of this, the 3 of them practiced crazily. They were afraid that they wouldn't have any strength left for every sword strike. In less than an hour, the 3 of them collapsed from exhaustion. Then, they were kicked up by Chu Yang one by one and rushed to practice. After more than an hour, the 4 of them were lying on the ground, panting heavily. When they were training to the limit, they didn't sweat at all. Now that they had completely stopped, the sweat on their bodies flowed out like a waterfall. Everyone looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. "I just said that I broke through the limit 3 or 4 times in a day. Do you believe me now?" Chu Yang snorted and asked lightly. The 4 of them were panting heavily, but their eyes were full of extreme surprise. Luo Ku Di reached the limit 3 times and broke through 2 limits. Chu Yang said, "And the 3 of you, you cheated. You only reached the limit twice and broke it once. You are far worse than him." GMO and the others were depressed. This wasn't cheating at all. Everyone looked on helplessly. In fact, they even used the same method. There was nothing much to say. A loss was a loss. The most precious thing was that they found that this method could improve their strength. Everyone was very excited. Although it was a little cruel, but which battle in the martial world wasn't cruel? At least this method didn't put their lives in danger. Chu Yang nodded and no longer paid attention to them. He floated to the courtyard that had turned into a mess and slowly got into a stance. The 4 of them were excited. They knew that Chu Yang was going to practice. They all looked at him intently. They saw Chu Yang's body move slowly in a strange posture. Then, he suddenly shook violently from the bottom to the top. Suddenly, he shouted and punched out fiercely. The four of them could even hear the sound of bones cracking at the same time. Today is Little and Chin's birthday. I wish her a happy birthday. Every year, there will be a day like this. Every day, I will smile. Haha, little Luo is very cute. Everyone, come and give your blessings. Let's have a lively time. Recommended new book, Heaven Feather City's latest masterpiece, Huadu's Bodyguard. A mysterious super young man with a mysterious identity. He indulges in a bewitching campus. Everyone knows who Heaven Feather City is. Everyone, go and take a look. I believe you won't be disappointed. Chapter 155. Chu Yang's body was unexpectedly lifted up by this punch. He leaped into the air and suddenly struck out a leg. Then, a crackling sound could be heard as he extended his leg. Chu Yang's martial power was naturally much lower than theirs. But because of this, GMO and the others could clearly see the situation of Chu Yang's martial power with their advantage of being a few levels higher. What shocked them was that Chu Yang had only made 3 moves. From his primary energy to his physical body, he had entered a state of overdraft at the same time. Chu Yang did not stop. He persisted and continued to punch. Every punch contained all the strength of his essence, energy, and spirit at the same time. The wind generated by his fists slowly weakened and became silent. Then, the silent punches continued for another 30 or 40 punches. Chu Yang's posture was still the same. Chu Yang's breathing was so rapid that it made the people who heard him worry that his lungs would burst or even pant out of his lungs. After 30 or 40 punches, one of the punches suddenly made a faint whooshing sound. He broke through the limit. GMO and the others opened their eyes wide and exclaimed. No one understood this feeling better than them. This was a kind of feeling similar to a new life. It was like a phoenix returning to its nest and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Chu Yang's punches slowly became louder and more intense. At the most intense moment, it had already surpassed his previous punches. Then, the sound slowly disappeared. Although his movements were still serious, they also became weak. Another limit. GMO and Dong Wushang looked at each other in horror. Chu Yang was still moving and did not stop. This time, his breathing was even more rapid. The blue veins on his temples were pulsating as if they were going to burst out of his skin. His face was as red as blood. Slowly, with a whooshing sound, GMO and the others were stunned. He broke through again. Chu Yang made 3 breakthroughs in a row. After the last breakthrough, he slowly relaxed his body and calmed down his breathing. Then, he stood upright on the spot. Gu Duxing and the other 4 people could clearly see that sweat was rushing out from his scalp, forehead, face, and hands. His chest and back were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Huge beads of sweat quickly converged into lines of water and flowed on the ground. Slowly, the ground where Chu Yang was standing slowly expanded outwards and gradually turned into a small puddle. After standing for a while, Chu Yang opened his eyes. He shook his head and said with a smile, I didn't make a breakthrough. GMO fainted at the same time. In less than an hour, he had broken through his limit 3 times. What kind of shocking data was this? And this guy actually said with a gloomy face, I didn't break through. Still thinking about how to break through. They had also broken through their limits in the last half hour. But they were well aware that they had been forced to break through. And Chu Yang had forced himself to break through. How could they not know the difference between being forced by oneself and being forced by others? Old boss. GMO shouted in a nauseating manner. Boss, how did you do it? Luo Ku Di and the other 2 simultaneously looked at Chu Yang with sparkling eyes. It's very simple. Chu Yang smiled very easily. Every time before I practice martial arts, I have to think about the corpses in Jianghu and the broken limbs in the wilderness. I tell myself that if I don't break through today, then it's very likely that I will be like that tomorrow, lying on the ground and smelling bad. I don't want to lie on the ground and smell bad. Chu Yang smiled peacefully. So, I can only break through. The reason was very simple and clear. GMO and the others all became silent. Forcing oneself like this was too cruel and too ruthless. A man should be ruthless to himself. Chu Yang seemed to have seen through their thoughts. He said in a heavy voice, "If we don't be ruthless to ourselves, then our enemies will be ruthless to us. We can endure being ruthless to ourselves, but if our enemies are ruthless to us, once is enough. As for the method of breaking through your limits, you know it. But I have to warn you, with the strength of your bodies, you can't do it more than 5 times a day." Chu Yang said solemnly, "We martial artists, especially at the level of martial great masters like you, have much stronger endurance than ordinary people. But you are also in the most critical period, which is to temper your muscles and bones. After breaking through the level of martial great master and reaching the level of revered martial great master, you will temper your internal organs. But during the period of martial great master, tempering your muscles and bones is the foundation of tempering your internal organs. If you break through your limits more than 5 times a day, your bones will not be able to bear it. This situation is not very obvious, but when your internal organs start to temper, you will find that your body can no longer bear it. At that time, even if you train to death, you will not be able to improve your body for the rest of your life." Chu Yang said, "This matter must be firmly remembered." The 4 nodded solemnly at the same time. "Okay, go and rest first." Chu Yang didn't say much. These guys were all very smart. So, there was no need for him to say much. Seeing Chu Yang disappear from the room, the 4 fell into deep thought at the same time. A small martial artist could do something that they, as martial great masters, could not do? How could they endure this? They were simply too ashamed to show their faces. Well, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. Every day after you train, you have to clean the courtyard for me. If there is one thing that is not up to standard, the 4 of you will wash my socks and underwear at the same time." Chu Yang's indifferent voice came out from the room. "Fuck, what do you know besides washing socks?" Luo Kadi shouted in dissatisfaction. "I dare to bet that when boss comes out and sees the courtyard in such a mess, if any of you can escape from washing socks, I will admire you." Gu Duxing smirked. He lifted his chin and pointed at the messy courtyard. "I forgot to tell you one more thing. Boss never jokes. Once he says something, he will definitely do it." The 4 of them looked at each other at the same time. Then, they let out a strange cry and rushed out. "Where are the tools?" GMO shouted. "Without tools, how can we clean the courtyard? Aren't your hands and feet tools?" Gu Duxing asked strangely, "How can you use tools to temper yourself?" The 4 of them looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. Everyone had an extremely strange feeling. Although they were not the first in line to inherit the family, they were still considered young masters. Now that they were here, they actually had to do hard labor. Thinking about it, they did not dare to be negligent. They used their hands and feet to clean the courtyard. They even used their palms to fiercely slap the courtyard. They hoped that when they practiced martial arts tomorrow, they would be able to clean up less. Perhaps they did not know, or perhaps they were still conflicted about Chu Yang's position as the boss. But what they did not realize was that they were doing things according to Chu Yang's preferences. Moreover, they cared a lot about Chu Yang's opinion. It could even be said that they were very afraid. This was a good start. Gu Duxing stood on the doorframe, acting as the supervisor. He thought happily. He admired Chu Yang more and more. He really did not know where this guy who was younger than him had so many strange ideas in his head. "Fuck you. Duxing, you were just standing there. Does your waist not hurt?" GMO shouted angrily. The other 3 also joined in the fray, denouncing him one after another. Gu Duxing laughed loudly and entered the room. Chu Yang went straight to the secret underground room. As soon as he entered, Imo Chengyu impatiently greeted him. "The Heimo people are here?" No. Chu Yang was surprised. There was a fight up there. Imo Chengyu's expression was serious. "Oh, it was my little brothers. They were learning from each other." Chu Yang finally understood. He suddenly remembered something. The Heimo people were basically stabilized. It was time to let Imo Chengyu and Imo Chengwu out for some fresh air. With this thought, he skillfully picked up Imo Chengwu and licked her nose. He smiled and said, "Little Wu, Big Brother will carry you out for some fun. Okay? Okay. Okay." Imo Chengwu was overjoyed. These past few days, She had been holding it in for a long time. The most annoying thing was that there was only a temporary toilet that Chu Yang had set up. Although Emo Qingwu was young, she was very clean. Big brother Chu Yang, your body stinks. Emo Qingwu covered her nose. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. He was in a hurry, so he changed his clothes and rushed in without taking a shower. When Emo Qingwu went out, he saw the situation in the yard and was shocked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. In the yard, 5 people were working in full swing, using their hands and feet to level the ground. Everyone looked like mud monkeys. But when he looked carefully, Mo Chungyu's mouth could not close. The one with his butt sticking out and his mouth puffing out, using both hands to push the ground. Could it be the idle second young master of the Luo clan, Luo Ku Di? The one with the nickname Little Wolf? The one with his feet carefully leveling the ground. Could it be the second young master of the Black Saber clan, Dong Wushang? The one lying on the ground with one eye open and the other closed, measuring the level of the ground. Could it be the second young master of the Ji clan, GMO? And the one with his feet stepping on the ground? Could it be the number 1 genius of the Gu clan, Gu Duxing? And the skinny one? Although I don't know him, but looking at his posture, he is not much weaker than the people I know. Could it be that Chu Yang gathered all the second-generation young masters of the upper 3 heavens to do hard labor? This is too awesome, isn't it? As far as Mo Chungyu knew, even if their own father ordered them to do this kind of work, they would only get the back of their heads. Yet, Chu Yang was able to make them obediently work for him. What kind of skill is this? Is Chu Yang not afraid of these clans finding out and tearing him apart alive? Emo Chungyu was an important king-level master of the Emo clan, and he was also the protector and guide of young Miss Emo Qingwu. Of course, he knew the young masters of these clans, because the future competitors and allies of the Emo clan's young masters were these people. He had to remember them. Chapter 156. Normally, these people were called the protectors of the clan. They were not given the opportunity to get close to the core of the clan, but their martial prowess was nurtured at all costs. In other words, these people were the future generals of the clan. They were the future candidates to lead the charge and break through enemy lines. They were the future candidates to become elders. If Emo Chungyu could not remember and recognize such important people, then he would become a joke. The 5 people who were in full swing suddenly felt that something was wrong behind them. They turned around and saw the shocked middle-aged man with his mouth agape. He had the same expression on his face. Why is the king-level leader of the Emo clan here? Why are you here? They all opened their mouths at the same time and then closed their mouths at the same time. They looked at each other and were all confused. I took them in. At that time, I saw that one old and one young were homeless, so I took them in. Chu Yang carried Emo Qingwu with one hand as he walked out of the room. Homeless? GMO and the others could clearly hear their jaws dropping. The king-level leader of the Emo clan was homeless? This was especially true for Luo Ku Di. He looked at Emo Chungyu with a hint of hostility. The Luo clan and the Emo clan had never been on good terms. Even though they had never openly offended each other, there was always friction in the dark. This was because the 2 clans were too close to each other. Within a radius of 500 miles, there were 2 great clans. For the Luo clan and the Emo clan, this was like a bone stuck in their throats. They had to spit it out. However, in terms of strength, they could not do anything to each other. At this time, Emo Qingwu struggled out of GMO's arms and happily called out, "Brother GMO." GMO was shocked. He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Xiao Wu, why are you here?" Emo Qingwu giggled as she dashed over. GMO held her in his arms. His joy was evident on his face. While he was talking to Xiao Wu, he suddenly felt an extremely sharp gaze on his back. It was as if there was a knife on his back. Immediately after, Chu Yang rushed over and snatched Emo Qingwu from GMO's arms. He said in an unfriendly tone, "You 2 know each other?" GMO was furious. It was a reunion after a long time, but she was snatched away? He glared at her and said, "My mother is her aunt. Do you think we know each other or not?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Chu Yang suddenly felt relieved and said, "Then, it's all right." He scratched his head and grinned awkwardly. Then, he put Emo Qingwu down. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Just now, I said that GMO is the son of a concubine, but Mo Qingwu's aunt could be said to be the daughter of a noble family. She was the younger sister of the clan head of the Mo clan. So how could she only be the concubine of the clan head of the Ji clan? This seemed a little inconceivable. Could it be that there was something more to this? Chu Yang muttered in his heart. At this time, Mo Qingyu slowly explained why he was here. Hearing this, GMO couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He walked in front of Chu Yang, bowed deeply, and said in a sincere tone, "Big brother, thank you for saving my cousin." Ha ha ha. Chu Yang was in a good mood. What did you call him? Boss? He is your boss? Mo Qingyu's eyes widened like a bull's. He pointed at Chu Yang in disbelief. Yes, he is my boss. What's wrong? GMO rolled his eyes and said in an unwilling tone. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Old Mo, don't ask anymore. This young master has boarded a pirate ship. You guys are here, doing this? Mo Qingyu was still in a daze. GMO couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the past. He rolled his eyes and thought, how could it be only this? If I don't do well, I still have to wash my smelly socks. But this matter needs to be kept a secret for as long as possible. It is too shameful. Good, very good. Mo Qingyu suddenly laughed out loud. He pointed at Luo Kudi and said to Chu Yang, "Little one, train that little one for me. If he dies, I will take responsibility." Chu Yang was sweating profusely. Mo Qingyu was a king-level master, so he naturally wouldn't stay with these youngsters for long. After some small talk, he went to the lake alone with his hands behind his back. He wanted to feel the energy of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, GMO was happily chatting with Mo Qingwu. From time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard from both the adult and the child. They were very happy and harmonious. Chu Yang's eyes were burning with anger as he looked at him. The more he looked at this guy, the more he felt that he deserved a beating. Brother GMO, I want to have a martial arts duel with you. However, GMO quickly regretted it. Mo Qingwu stood up and pointed at his nose. I want to have a sword duel with you. A sword duel? GMO's mouth was wide open. Yes, a sword duel. Do you remember when you brought a sword to my house during the New Year? Humph. At that time, you were very arrogant. You even broke my second brother's sword. Mo Qingwu pouted. Today, I want to take revenge. GMO opened his mouth and swallowed his saliva. He looked up at the sky and didn't know what to say. Yes, a sword duel. Let's teach him. Luo Kudi and Jibu Tong were cheering on the side. Dong Wushang also raised his fist and cheered for Mo Qingwu. Such a beautiful and cute little girl. Everyone liked her very much. Even Luo Kudi, whose clan was hostile to Mo Qingwu, could not bring himself to dislike her. Everyone was on Mo Qingwu's side, waiting to see GMO make a fool of himself. How can I have a sword duel with you? GMO said carefully. Xiao Wu, why don't I tell you a story? Sure. Mo Qingwu clapped her hands. Everyone else sighed in disappointment. Children are so gullible. Looks like we won't be able to see the joke. Well, GMO only said a few words. I've heard it. Mo Qingwu pouted. Big brother Chu Yang has told me. Then this, he's told me too. He's told me too. GMO broke down. Courtesy of Atbinja, Big brother GMO, you're so useless. Mo Qingwu wrinkled her little nose and looked at GMO in disdain. You know so few stories, and they're all told by Big brother Chu Yang. GMO was dumbfounded. He was so young. How many stories could he have in his mind? To be honest, it was already very good to be able to remember 3 or 4 of such stories. And these 3 or 4 stories were specially prepared for Mo Qingwu. Once he encountered them, he would take them out and present them as treasures. Because he always knew that Mo Qingwu liked to listen to stories. But he didn't expect that they were all outdated. GMO straightened up with a long face and looked at Chu Yang. Boss, why are you so knowledgeable? Chu Yang also sighed, feeling a little sad in his heart. For a moment, a feeling of sympathy for fellow sufferers arose spontaneously. He thought to himself, why am I so knowledgeable? You'll have to ask your cousin, Big brother GMO. Are there any more stories? Mo Qingwu shook GMO's hand gently. Seeing this expression, Chu Yang immediately turned his head sympathetically. GMO spread out his hands helplessly. No more. I want to compete with you in swords. Imo Qingwu shouted angrily. This time, she was even more imposing. GMO slipped and almost fell to the ground. Little Wu, this. Competing with swords is not fun. Then tell me a story. I really don't have any more. GMO was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He couldn't help but bow to Gu Duxing, Luo Kadi, and the others. Brothers, help me out. This is an emergency. Tell me a story. No? Gu Duxing and the others held back their laughter. Strange. At the same time, they were deliberately laughing at him. Compete with me in swords. Imo Qingwu didn't give up. After we compete with swords, everything will be fine, right? GMO asked hopefully. Yes, it seems to be fine. Imo Qingwu bit her finger and thought seriously for a while. Then, she said with uncertainty, Okay, I'll compete with you in swords. GMO stood up with a heroic and tragic expression. He grabbed the scabbard and thought to himself, I'll just clash with her weapon a few times and then say that she won. Who knew that Imo Qingwu would suddenly jump up with a broken scabbard in her hand? She waved it fiercely. A red light almost blinded GMO. In shock, he controlled his strength and blocked with his sword. Crack! GMO was stunned. Luo Kadi was stunned. Gu Duxing was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The sword in GMO's hand was broken into 4 pieces. What saber is this? GMO's head was covered in cold sweat. Looking at the saber surrounded by red light, he turned pale with fright. Brother Chu Yang gave it to me. Imo Qingwu proudly held the saber and nestled in Chu Yang's arms. Brother GMO, do you dare to break my second brother's sword in the future? It seemed that the relationship between Little Wu and her second brother Imo Tianji was really not ordinary. Chu Yang thought to himself, I won't dare to. GMO wiped his sweat and still had some lingering fear. Fortunately, I used Luo Kadi's sword. If I used my own, this would be really bad. What? My sword? Luo Kadi was originally smiling from ear to ear, full of schadenfreude. Who would have thought that things would suddenly take a turn for the worse? GMO actually used his own sword? He jumped over to take a look. Immediately, his nose became crooked from anger. He shouted with a heart-wrenching cry of blood, GMO, you damn pig gong. You should be hacked to death by 1,000 knives. You should be hacked to death by 1,000 knives. My sword, GMO ran away like a wisp of smoke. He turned back and said, It's just a sword. Look at you. This is my fiancé's birthday gift to me. Luo Kadi was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and chased after him. The two of them, one chasing and one running, circled around this small island a few times in a split second. Little Wu, come here. Chu Yang's face darkened. Brother Chu Yang. The little loli nervously bit her finger. In the future, you can't do this to your family, okay? Chu Yang said with a heavy face, Look, your brother Luo is so sad. He suddenly remembered that if Imo Qingwu used this saber to compete with others, sooner or later, she would cause trouble. Brother Chu Yang, I won't dare to. Imo Qingwu was about to cry. Okay, just remember. Chu Yang comforted her. Chapter 157. A fiancé is. Chu Yang was suddenly at a loss for words. What was a fiancé of Wind and Rain Pavilion? A fiancé. What else could it be? If he had to answer this question, it was really not easy. Du Xing, what is a fiancé? Chu Yang turned around and asked. This? Gu Du Xing scratched his head and said with a face full of embarrassment, It's really hard to say. Dong Wushang, what is a fiancé? Dong Wushang was startled and asked back, What is a fiancé? What is a fiancé, Brother Chu Yang? Imo Qingwu asked anxiously. A fiancé is. Seeing that these guys could not be pointed out, Chu Yang had to use his own brain. A fiancé is a future wife. Yes, that's it. Future wife? Imo Qingwu blinked, puzzled. This? Chu Yang's forehead was sweating. His two hands were randomly grabbing the air. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he said, Just like your father and mother. Your mother is very close. She was your father's fiancée when she was young. Do you understand? Chu Yang asked. So it's like this. Emo Qingwu suddenly realized, is a fiancé always together? Yes, yes, they will always be together in the future. Chu Yang wiped his sweat. And, you have to take care of your fiancée. You can't make her angry or sad. Yes, in short, a fiancé is the person you have to treat the best to, and the person who treats you the best. Then, so good? Brother Chu Yang, can I be your fiancé? Emo Qingwu asked shyly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, full of reverie. Gu Duxing, who had been eavesdropping with a strange smile, choked and coughed. Su Butong and Dong Wushang also laughed. Yes, good, good, good. Chu Yang happily and contentedly said, then from today onwards, little Wu is my fiancé. Wah, wah ha 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 ha. I'm also your fiancé, wah ha. Emo Qingwu also laughed complacently. You can't make me angry. You can't make me sad. If there's anything delicious, you have to give it to me. If there's anything fun, I want to play. If there's a good story, I want to listen to it first. Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat. So this is what this little loli likes. Dong Wushang laughed for a while, then suddenly said, Little sister, can I take a look at your saber? Dong Wushang was a member of the black saber aristocratic family, so he was naturally very sensitive to sabers. Gu Duxing and the others, including GMO and Luo Ku Di, either forcibly refrained from asking or ran out in order to avoid arousing suspicions. Luo Ku Di's sword was only an ordinary sword, but he was an enemy of the Emo clan. He only needed to find a reason to pretend that he didn't see Emo Qingwu's saber. GMO naturally knew what he was thinking and deliberately led him away. Otherwise, with such a peerless saber in front of them, how could the two of them, as members of a martial arts aristocratic family, resist their curiosity? Right now, in their hearts, they already had the thought of treating Chu Yang as their boss. This saber was given to me by brother Chu Yang. Emo Qingwu's words completely dispelled any thoughts Luo Ku Di might have had. A saber given to me by the boss. If I sold this saber, wouldn't that be the same as selling out the boss? This was a great taboo in Jianghu. But Dong Wushang was influenced by his clan and loved sabers to the point of obsession. Such a peerless saber was placed in front of him, and he couldn't even play with it. This was simply the greatest torture. He endured for a while, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged. Emo Qingwu tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, let him see it? Let him see it. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. As long as Dong Wushang saw this saber, he wouldn't be able to leave in this lifetime. This was one of the 12 influential figures who was on par with Gu Duxing. Emo Qingwu handed the saber to Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang was so nervous that his face turned red. First, he wiped his hands on his lapel twice and saw that there was still dust on them. Then, he quickly ran to the side of the river and washed his hands clean. Only then did he run back impatiently. Once he was far away, Emo Qingwu's temper almost flared up, and she almost put the saber away so that he wouldn't see it. Carefully holding the dreaming of a gentle dance saber in his hand, Dong Wushang had an infatuated expression, as if he was looking at the lover of his dreams. He gently stroked the saber and gently waved it twice. Then, he looked at the waving saber in a daze, as if he was looking at his own dream. Dong Wushang sighed softly. He turned the saber around and gently cut the arm that was holding the saber. Blood immediately flowed out. Emo Qingwu cried out in surprise. Dong Wushang looked as if he was on a pilgrimage. His face was solemn as he dripped a drop of his blood on the saber. Then, he straightened the saber, and the blood flowed down the saber without stopping. When it was about to reach the hilt, a hazy red light flashed, and the saber suddenly turned around. That drop of blood quickly flowed down the tip of the saber. Finally, the blood dripped from the tip of the saber and fell to the ground. The saber was clear and bright, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood left. Dong Wushang raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh. He said, "A peerless treasured saber. Any ceremony is worthy of it." This kind of ceremony of watering the treasured saber with the blood of the hand holding the saber was the highest respect a saber user could give to a saber. It was also the most ancient and solemn ceremony in the land of saber cultivation. Wushang, do you like it? Chu Yang asked with a smile. I love it as much as my life. Dong Wushang sighed despondently and reluctantly handed the saber to Imo Qingwu. Seeing Imo Qingwu sheath the saber into the tattered scabbard without any care, the muscles on his face twitched again. If you can stay, I will find you a saber that is not inferior to this saber, Chu Yang said indifferently. Really? Dong Wushang stood up abruptly and looked at Chu Yang passionately. Really? Chu Yang, always keep my word, Chu Yang said solemnly. Boss. Dong Wushang was so emotional that his face turned red. He turned around and knelt down. Boss, I beg you, you must find me a saber. After seeing this saber, I won't be able to sleep at night. Chu Yang was taken aback. He didn't expect Dong Wushang's reaction to be so intense. You are not a saber user, so you don't understand. A saber user needs a saber. Dong Wushang raised his head proudly. The saber is the king of weapons. Since time immemorial, the first metal weapon that appeared was the saber. The saber is also the ancestor of weapons. The saber's position is the highest. In the list of weapons, the saber will always be number one. Dong Wushang's eyes shone with brilliant fanaticism. As a saber user, it is also the noblest group of martial artists. Since ancient times, no one has ever reached the peak of saber cultivation. There was no end to the saber. You will never understand the attraction of a good saber to a saber user. To a saber user, the saber is his whole world. It is his parents, his wife, his lover, his daughter, his blood, his soul. And I, Dong Wushang, have sworn since childhood that I will be the #1 saber user at the peak of saber cultivation, Dong Wushang said fanatically. And finding a saber that is compatible with my life and soul is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Dong Wushang said. As long as boss can give me such a saber, I will work for you for the rest of my life. It's not that serious. It can't be considered working for you, Chu Yang said seriously. What I lack are brothers, not subordinates. What I lack are brothers who are willing to climb to the peak with me, to wave the winds and clouds, and to dominate the world. What I hope is that in my life, I can always have a few good brothers who will never leave me, who will take care of me with all sincerity, who will live and die together. Chu Yang said deeply and longingly. I hope that I can do anything for my brothers, that kind of feeling where I have no regrets even if I die. That is the feeling of a man. I also hope that when I am at the peak, my brothers will also be there. I will not be lonely. And I hope even more that when my brothers are at the peak, I will not let them be lonely. I hope even more that when I am down, when I am helpless, when I am hesitating, I will have brothers by my side. Chu Yang said very emotionally. A trace of stubborn desire shone from his eyes. Love, the thing that Chu Yang lacked the most in his previous life, and also the thing that he desired the most in this life. I hope to fight with you for a lifetime of glory and splendor, to fight for an eternal legend. And what I hope even more is that if we can become legends thousands of years later, then I hope that in my legend, you will be there, and in your legend, I will be there. In my life, I will not let down the word brother. When he said these words, even Gu Duxing and Yu Butong on the side were stunned. The eyes of the two people were shining with light. In a few years, if I become a legend, then I hope that in my legend, you will be there. In a few years, if you become a legend, then I hope that in your legend, I will be there. In my life, I will not let down the word brother. In my life, I will not let down the word brother. Chu Yang sighed. He looked at the dusky sky in the distance and exhaled a deep breath. Brothers are made through hard work. Together through trials and tribulations. Together through hard work. Together on the road. All the way forward. Only then can one be as firm as steel, and love as hard as metal and stone. I still don't understand the true meaning of you establishing Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Now, maybe I understand a little. Gu Duxing said slowly. Haha, people are divided into 3 classes. Birds of a feather flock together. Chu Yang said quietly. I often hear people say that when I am in glory and splendor, Even if you are still a beggar, you are still my brother. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, but this is just a metaphor. You have to know that when you are in glory and splendor, your brother is still in poverty. Then, you are not his brother. Or it can be said that in your heart, you still see him as a brother, but in reality, you are no longer worthy of being his brother. It is not that he is not worthy of you. When you are working hard, your brother is also working hard. When you are successful, he is still in poverty. Then, can you give him a hand? To you, it is just a matter of lifting a hand. You did not extend a hand. Then, you only see him as a brother. What is the use? Such a brother has become a tool for you to show off after you have achieved success. How can he be considered a brother? Chu Yang said quietly, sharing trials and tribulations is a brother. Sharing riches and splendor is also a brother. Sharing trials and tribulations, sharing riches and splendor is a true brother. Chapter 158. The long night was quiet. The long night was long. The clouds floated gently in the sky. The sound of the wind was quiet, quietly blowing. Chu Yang's young face, under the faint moonlight, was constantly changing. The young man smiled faintly and spoke softly. Around him, the other youths were hugging their knees as they quietly listened. GMO and Luoku D also came back at some point. They were sitting quietly on the outside. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly. Emerald Flow Lake's water gently rolled and splashed against the shore endlessly. It was as if it had been like this since ancient times until now. It was meaningful and warm, plain and eternal. Brothers need to be fought with their own blood and tears, not spoken with words. Finding a good brother is much more difficult than finding a good wife. Chu Yang gently smiled. Friends want me to have one. What about you guys? We also want to have one. I do. The youths were full of longing as they smiled. That night, everyone felt that it was wonderful. They all sat quietly. Emo Qingwu was nestled in Chu Yang's arms. She was also obedient and quiet. No one wanted to break this beautiful atmosphere. Because this atmosphere was full of leeway, Emo Qingyu quietly sat on the roof. Listening to Chu Yang's words, the corner of his mouth revealed a sincere smile. He recalled the time when he was young, when he practiced martial arts with his brothers. They roamed Jianghu side by side. They rushed in and out of a bloody storm together. They got drunk together and fooled around together. They did everything together. Emo Qingyu gently sighed. How many years has it been? How many brothers had disappeared just like that? How many are left? At this moment, Emo Qingyu suddenly made a decision. When I go back, I must find my brothers and have a good drink. I must have a good and quiet memory. After a long time, Dong Wushang chuckled and jumped into the courtyard that had just been leveled. A saber light flashed as the dark saber technique was violently displayed. He was forcing himself. The other youths looked at each other and chuckled. They all began to practice martial arts. Everyone saw the light in each other's eyes. If they wanted to be brothers, then they must not fall behind. When their brothers were standing at the peak, they must not be at the foot of the mountain looking up. Chu Yang smiled as he watched. He felt the calamity sword in his dantian gently surge. You already know what a brother is. The sword soul's voice gently sounded in Sumo's mind. There was a trace of gratification in it as it said, although it is still a little one-sided, you have already understood some of the 7 emotions of the human world. What I want to tell you today is that love is the most important part of cultivation. Love is the most important link? Chu Yang repeated softly, as if he had understood something. The aura of the tribulation sword in his dantian surged violently, and a strange aura rushed into Chu Yang's meridians. The sword spirit was somewhat gratified, but also somewhat disappointed. Today, as a reward for you, I will no longer suppress your cultivation. Brothers were also a type of martial arts comprehension. You are enough. In the courtyard, the 5 of them were already exhausted, but they were still stubbornly standing, not falling down. They were using the power of their bodies to cultivate, trying to break through their own limits. All of a sudden, a faint ripple of Yu's aura spread out in the courtyard. As the geniuses of the various big clans, they were naturally very familiar with what such a ripple represented. because they themselves had experienced it many times before, and each time, it was a moment of pride and a great sense of accomplishment. Everyone followed the aura to search. The aura surged, and suddenly, it was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, boiling, and roaring. Everyone looked over in shock. They saw Chu Yong, who was gently hugging Mo Qingwu, had a clear look on his face. He was just sitting there calmly, and that obscure aura was spreading out from his body. Breakthrough? Chu Yong broke through? Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Only Gu Duxing did not feel any exception. He only smiled bitterly. This little freak, today's matter must have touched his heart. He actually broke through so quickly. The ripple of energy disappeared. Fifth-grade martial artist. GMO, Dong Wushang, and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief. Fifth-grade martial artist. Who knew how long he had been stuck here? A sudden breakthrough was not something surprising. Everyone looked at each other and continued to cultivate. However, not long after, another aura rippled out, and the dense aura surged out again. GMO and the rest were shocked. Who was it this time? Chu Yong had just broken through, so it could not be him again. But after they looked around, they finally found something that made them collapse. Chu Yong. It was Chu Yong again. Jimo's mouth was wide open, and he slowly spat out two words. Ko. Luo Di and Dong Wushang were also stunned. This sudden breakthrough. Could it be that there was such a thing? It must be known that every breakthrough required a large amount of true inner force. As for the true inner force, it required a period of time to accumulate. As the dense aura became clearer, a boom seemed to resound in everyone's hearts. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground at the same time as the sound of the vibrations echoed in the air. Another breakthrough. Another breakthrough. Martial artist grade. On the roof, Mo Chengyu smiled bitterly. He was a king-level master. Although he had not recovered from his injuries, his perception was much more sensitive than the people below. Ever since Chu Yong had broken through to fifth-grade martial artist, he had been paying attention. He discovered that Chu Yang's aura had stopped at the initial fifth-grade martial artist for only a moment. Then, the aura in Chu Yang's body slowly increased until it reached fifth-grade martial artist. At this time, Mo Chengyu was shocked. However, Chu Yang's aura did not stop growing, and it continued to grow. Slowly, it reached the high rank, then the peak rank, and then it continued to break through to the low rank. Monster! Seeing Chu Yang break through like this, Mo Chengyu's heart became even more worried. Don't look. Boss is always like this. Once he breaks through, it will be continuous. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly in his heart as he called out to them. Under Gu Duxing's greeting, the group once again became spirited, and they began to torture their bodies, which were almost unable to bear the burden. After another half an hour, another wave of dense and obscure aura began to slowly fluctuate. Plop! GMO was looking. After a while, he found out that it was Chu Yang again. He finally could not help but fall to the ground. His whole body trembled, and his mouth was crooked as he said, Up! This motherfucker! This motherfucker! Dong Wushang stared at Chu Yang, tongue-tied. His heart was so calm that it could not be described. Luo Di was stunned. Another breakthrough. 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Moreover, his aura continued to grow, all the way until it reached the peak of level 7 before it finally stopped unwillingly. Mo Chengyu, who was on the roof, almost fell down, breaking through several grades in a row. If one ate a heavenly elixir, as long as the elixir was controlled and the body did not explode, it could be done. However, this was the first time he had seen someone cultivate slowly and steadily step by step. Especially, when he was breaking through, he was holding a small body in his arms. Mo Qingwu. This really made people speechless. When a normal person was breaking through, even the slightest disturbance would cause them to go crazy. Even a dog's bark would affect them. This young master, on the other hand, was holding a lively little girl and broke through 3 grades in a row. Mo Qingwu was very well behaved. She didn't move an inch in Chu Yang's arms when he was breaking through. But she was still a living person. GMO, with your talent, you can be considered a genius in your G clan. I heard that your fastest speed was to break through 1 grade in 3 days? Gu Duxing's cold face revealed an indescribable expression. For the first time, he smiled and spoke to GMO enthusiastically. Get lost. You have a little bit of kindness. It's all stolen. GMO was furious. In front of this freak who broke through 3 grades in less than 3 hours, he praised me, a person who broke through 1 grade in 2.5 days, as a genius. You, Gu Duxing, are really a genius. In the future, if anyone praises me as a genius again, I will get angry with them. GMO covered his face and lay on the ground. His legs were spasming. It was too embarrassing. In front of this Chu Yang, no matter what kind of genius one was, they could only feel ashamed of their inferiority. Brother Chu Yang, are you finally done breaking through? Seeing that Chu Yang had finally opened his eyes, Emo Ching Wu curled up and asked timidly, Yes, I'm done breaking through. Chu Yang smiled gently and stroked Emo Ching Wu's hair. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't dare to move. Emo Ching Wu pouted and said pitifully, My waist is sore. My legs are sore. My arms are sore. Even my butt is sore. Yes, I'll help you rub. Chu Yang revealed a doting smile. Yes, here, use less strength. Right here and there. Emo Ching Wu turned her body and pointed at Chu Yang. Suddenly, she giggled. Itchy, finally, after rubbing her arms and legs, Emo Ching Wu actually sat up and lay on Chu Yang's lap. She stuck out a finger and pointed. And the butt is good too. Chu Yang sweated profusely. Gently rubbing her butt, Chu Yang's imagination suddenly ran wild. If in another 7 or 8 years, she would also lie on top of him and let him touch her. Thinking of this, Chu official Chu's mouth suddenly became dry. He secretly scolded himself. Beast, beast. What are you thinking? Chu Yang, you actually have this kind of thought for a young girl. This is simply intolerable. Although he was scolding himself, it was still very shameful. Brother Chu Yang, it's done. Emo Ching Wu twisted her waist uncomfortably. What did you use to press against my lower abdomen? It hurts. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to teach her. A cough. Chu Yang hurriedly put Emo Ching Wu down and stood up quickly. He laughed loudly and walked towards the training area. How's your practice? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The 4 of them looked at him with grief and anger. Finally, they groaned weakly at the same time. GMO said with a long face, We've been tricked. Luo Ku-di actually nodded sympathetically. We've been tricked. In a few years, if I become a legend, I hope that you will be in my legend. In a few years, if you become a legend, I hope that I will be in your legend. Chapter 159. At the same time, they remembered that Chu Yang had made a bet with them that he would break through to martial master from 4th grade martial artist within a month. At that time, they all thought that this guy was joking. Now that they thought about it, how could he still need a month? This guy broke through 3 grades in 4 hours. Now he was already 7th grade. Thinking of this, the 4 of them were a little dejected. Don't look at me like that. I'll be shy. Chu Yang laughed. He hugged his head and turned around. As he walked, he said, Let's go to sleep. Breaking through feels good. Behind him, the 4 of them looked at each other. Breaking through feels good? How could they not feel good? If we broke through like this, we would have died long ago. Yes, Dong Wu Shang. If you can be the first to break through and stay, I'll give you the saber in your heart. Chu Yang stopped. With his back facing them, he said, However, you'll have to provide the black iron for the black saber yourself. No problem. Dong Wu Shang was so excited that his whole body trembled. I'll definitely be the first to break through this month. Then I'll go home and get it. Tisk. First to break through? Dong Wu Shang. Who do you think you are? Luo Ku-di, GMO, and Jibu Tong looked at him with hostility. Yes, I have a feeling that I'm about to break through. At the side, Gu Duxing, who had been standing there coolly, suddenly said with a strange expression. The 4 of them vomited blood at the same time. You can't be. It's true. Gu Duxing nodded seriously. Looks like I'll have to go into seclusion tonight. I'm sorry, everyone. Looks like I won't be able to run away from the title of second brother. He turned around and walked away. Behind him, GMO screamed hoarsely, Du Xing, you can't be so inhumane. You just broke through to 7th grade martial great master. Gu Du Xing stopped and said regretfully, I have to correct your mistake. I broke through to 7th grade martial great master half a month ago. GMO wanted to cry but had no tears. He sat on the ground. He was completely agitated. Originally, both of them were martial great masters and were evenly matched. Now, Gu Duxing was about to break through to 8th grade? How could the proud and arrogant GMO endure such humiliation? That night, GMO and the other three couldn't sleep. When Gu Duxing's room suddenly emitted the dense aura of a breakthrough, the four of them burst into tears at the same time. They had really broken through? That night, Jean Ri slept soundly. It was the third watch of the night. From the direction of the slums, more than a dozen figures rose into the air and flew towards the prison as if they were riding on clouds. The Golden Horse Riders Department had finally taken action. Before the troops left, Kongshang Xian sternly said, Make a scene. They were going to make a scene. Whether number 1 could be saved or not, it was all up to fate. However, you must turn the prison upside down. I will be guarding Butian Pavilion. Once the news spreads, King of Hell Chu will definitely come to investigate. At that time, it will be the best time for me to kill King of Hell Chu. In Kongshang Xian's heart, King of Hell Chu's life and death were much more important than number 1. Number 1 Lian Jia didn't even do a good job as a spy and was even captured alive. This kind of trash actually needed someone to save him? However, using this matter to kill King of Hell Chu, number 1 could be considered to have contributed greatly. King of Hell Chu had always lived in seclusion. It was impossible for outsiders to see him or grasp his whereabouts. The only way was to lure the snake out of its hole. It was not that Kongshang Xian did not think of directly breaking into Butian Pavilion and killing King of Hell Chu. However, he did not know where King of Hell Chu was. How could he kill him in one strike? He was afraid that as soon as the wind blew, King of Hell Chu would run away. Plus, as long as King of Hell Chu took off his mask, no one would be able to recognize him. Beating the grass to scare the snake would not be good. Therefore, Kongshang Xian used this opportunity. Rescuing number 1 was fake, but luring the snake out of its hole and killing King of Hell Chu was the most important thing. Even though the Prime Minister had said not to touch King of Hell Chu as much as possible, but the Prime Minister had also said, if there is a good opportunity, there is no harm in fighting. Kongshang Xian was very confident. Iron Cloud's prison was heavily guarded. From the day they set up the trap until today, it had not been a long time. Calculating the time, if Great Zhao wanted to take action, then today would be the day they would arrive at Iron Cloud. From today onwards, Mao Yi would enter a state of full combat. A big battle could break out at any time. Even though they did not know who was imprisoned inside, one thing was certain. This person was an important person of Great Zhao. Otherwise, King of Hell Chu would not have gone through so much trouble. His Highness would not have cooperated so much. Thinking of this, the guards all had their hearts in their throats. Even though they were on duty, who would dare to sleep? Perhaps if they fell asleep, they would not be able to wake up the next day. Just as everyone was on high alert, something unexpected finally happened. Without a sound, on the highest sentry post, the largest lantern suddenly went out. Then, all the other lanterns went out one after another. The entire front half of the prison was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. Enemy attack! A sharp cry rang out. It was especially mournful in the silent night. Suddenly, the guards and experts of Iron Cloud who were guarding the prison rushed out at almost the same time. They quickly guarded all the entrances, but the surroundings were quiet. There was not the slightest movement. The night was dark. The enemy was here, but no one knew where the enemy was hiding. Each of them unsheathed their swords as if they were facing a great enemy. In the Shadow City, the 3 command horse riders looked at each other. For this operation, the 3 of them each led a team. Kongshang Xian was hiding in the shadows and did not participate. Looking at their defense, the left door should be the most heavily guarded. One of the command horse riders said, according to the map of the prison, there should be many cells inside. This is going to be troublesome. The three of them nodded at the same time. The commotion just now was caused by them. Humans, only when they are caught off guard would they unconsciously show what they care about the most through their actions. And now, the three command horse riders were using this to their advantage. First, they beat the grass to scare the snake. Then, they used the enemy's reaction to determine where number one was imprisoned. Finally, they gathered their strength and attacked the enemy's weak point to achieve their goal. This was a method that only experienced Jianghu people would use. Follow the original plan. Let's move out. One of the command horse riders quickly ordered. In the quiet night, three horses suddenly galloped from the main road straight toward the prison. The sound of hooves was like rain, shattering the night. Who is it? Stop. At the entrance of the prison, there was a loud shout. On top of the walls, a large group of archers stood up. On their bowstrings, there were rows upon rows of shining arrows, emitting a faint light in the night. Who is on duty tonight? Come out and answer. The three horses stopped. The two people behind them were wearing the uniforms of the Imperial Guards, but the one in front was wearing casual clothes. At this moment, he was sitting high on the horse. His eagle eyes were coldly looking at the prison gate. In the shadow of the gate, a person said in a low voice, "Thunder is about to rise." Eternal iron cloud. The person did not hesitate to answer the code and asked, "Is it Commander Li or Commander Zhou?" "It is Li." "Which one of the Imperial Guards are you? You look unfamiliar." Inside the gate, a person suspiciously asked, "You don't need to know who I am. According to the orders of the Imperial Guard, there will be an operation in Great Zhao tonight. The enemy is very strong. The Imperial Guard is afraid that the prison will be lost, so he specially sent me to assist in the defense." The person coldly sat on the horse and said, "Open the gate. The prison is an important place. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Even if you can answer the code, it will be the same." Commander Li coldly said, "If you want to enter the prison, do you have the Imperial Guard's order or the Minister's seal?" "I don't have the Minister's seal, but I have the Imperial Guard's order." The person on the horse sneered. He took out a letter from his bosom and held it in his hand. "Throw it over." Commander Li did not relax his vigilance. The person on the horse's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Catch." He grabbed the corner of the letter and threw it out. The thin letter fiercely spun, making a sharp whistling sound in the air. It flew over 50 feet and landed in front of the gate. The iron gate still did not open. With a schwa sound, an iron claw connected to an iron chain hung down from the top of the wall. It hung down to the ground and suddenly closed. It caught the letter and then slowly rose up. When the iron chain was halfway up, a silver light suddenly flashed. With a bang sound, the iron chain broke into two pieces. Then, 7 or 8 shadows flashed from all directions. In a flash, 5 people had already rushed to the top of the wall. The sound of crossbows and arrows echoed. The entire sky above the prison gate turned into an iron curtain made of crossbows and arrows. The sharpness of Iron Cloud's armors was unparalleled in the world. This sentence could be seen from the reactions of the soldiers guarding the prison. Caught off guard, hundreds of people drew their bows and released arrows at the same time. There was no panic. However, the 5 people had already rushed up. They started a massacre. On the other hand, the few people on the boat leaped down and flashed towards the 3 people on horseback like a wisp of smoke. The 3 people were not willing to be outdone. They rushed down from their horses and faced the 5 people head-on. In a moment, there was a big fight inside and outside. The sharp sound of the bugle horn rang out. All of Iron Cloud Citadel's prison was in an uproar. Countless soldiers gathered from all directions. The nearby barracks also sounded the bugle horn at the same time. A moment later, the sound of hooves thundered from 3 different directions, getting closer and closer. It was only when the 5 of them rushed up to the roof that they realized that a huge net had suddenly risen up from the ground. Steel blades were flashing brightly on the net, covering the entire ground. The prison on the left of Iron Cloud Citadel could only be entered from this courtyard. Then, there was a fork in the road. It was almost like an underground fortification. With this large net covering them, the 5 people in black did not seem to have any way to get in. Instead, they tried their best to avoid standing on the edge of the wall. They were afraid of being pushed down, so their hands and feet were tied. Archers on the walls from all directions appeared at the same time. They drew their bows and aimed. If there was a mistake, a deadly arrow would fly out like lightning. The situation was extremely unfavorable for these masked men in black. If things continued like this, not only would they not be able to break into the prison, they might even be trapped here. Chapter 160. However, Ironclad's side was at a disadvantage in the battle outside. 3 experts against 5, and their strength was far inferior. They were at a disadvantage almost immediately. With a bang, one of the Ironclad guards was struck in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled away like a rubber ball. One of the masked men in black chased after him with a sinister smile and kicked him. However, he did not kill him but was just playing with him. He screamed and cursed loudly, but he was kicked around like a rubber ball without any strength to fight back. When the people inside saw that the situation was stabilized, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were once again enraged by the cruel scene in front of them. The man in civilian clothes tried his best to resist the enemy's attacks as he screamed, "Commanderly, you must not open the door. They are deliberately provoking you. As long as you open the door, you will give them a chance. Us brothers are not worthy of your pity, but this prison is an important place. You must not lose it." His voice was fierce and powerful. Coupled with the blood that was spurting out of his mouth and body, it made him look even more heroic. Inside the door, several soldiers were filled with anger as they watched the cruel fight outside. Their eyes were filled with tears. One of the burly men suddenly turned his head and punched the wall fiercely. He said in a muffled voice, "Good man." At this moment, the sound of hoofbeats came from 3 directions at the same time. Ironclad's army had finally arrived at this moment. Tight wind. Retreat. With a sharp cry, the 5 black-clothed men on top of the wall flew up at the same time. Arrows rained down on the 5 people. Another person appeared from the shadows. His body was covered in a brilliant sword light. He spun in the air and cut all the arrows. He shouted, "You guys leave quickly. I will cover you." The 5 men did not even look back. They jumped up and down a few times before their figures disappeared. The 5 people outside had already leaped up. One of them actually punched the puppet viciously before leaving, before kicking the body of the guard who was lying on the ground. The guard's body was sent flying high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Fresh meat was being cooked. Then, these black-clothed men let out a long howl and left the scene like lightning. The June surrounded him. On the ground, there were only 3 bodies that looked like broken sacks. Quickly bring them in and see if they can be saved." Commander Lee's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted with all his might. A few soldiers quickly put down the bags and carried the 3 men carefully. They were already unconscious, but their blood was still dripping from their wounds. Finally, they reached the door. The metal door opened to allow 2 people to walk through side by side. The soldiers carrying the stretchers greeted them and walked in. Right at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The 3 people on the stretchers suddenly jumped up, and their hands were as fast as lightning. At the same time, their throats were cut, and they collapsed. One of them slammed his palm on the already open iron door. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the sound was so loud that it caused the nearby soldiers to bleed and their eyes to blur. The 3 of them had already rushed through the iron gate. Whenever he sees someone, he will shoot like a mad tiger. Quick! Let go of the iron gate. Commander Lee was filled with regret and hatred as he shouted. He did not expect the enemy to be so cunning, to use such a trick to gain his confidence. Too late, the brocade-robed man laughed out loud. He had already rushed out of the gate and into the courtyard. His right hand reached for his waist, and a strange-looking dagger appeared. He then leaped up, and with a ripping sound, he tore a huge hole in the iron gate. Following that, the other 2 men each pulled one side of the iron gate with all their might. The iron gate let out a deafening sound as it split open. The Dao swords on the net then shot out, enveloping a large number of soldiers who were rushing over. A shrill cry rang out once more, and 15 figures descended from the sky like celestial beings, jumping into the courtyard through the hole in the iron gate. So, they had not left, and they were just playing hard to get. Furthermore, they had not mobilized their full strength earlier. Commander Lee's eyes widened in anger as he charged forward. However, he was kicked in the chest by one of the men in black, and he was sent flying with his dagger. After flying for a few feet, his burly body suddenly split into pieces in mid-air. Lao San, you lead your men here to block the entrance. Lao Air, and I will go in to take a look. One of the masked men in black robes shouted. All right. One of the shorter masked men in black robes laughed out loud, blocking the entrance to the inner gates. The other masked men in black, each holding a dagger, separated from him in a winged formation. This was the narrowest place, and there was a bend. If there were arrows, they could easily dodge them. The Iron Cloud Guards charged forward crazily. As for the other 12 people, they split into 2 groups and rushed in. The leader of the group was the most ruthless. In a short time, he had already captured 4 to 5 guards. Each of them only asked one question. Where are the most recent criminals being held? He asked a question, and if there is no reply, he will pinch the neck and grab the next one. It's in the mouth. Turn left. It's an individual cell. Spare me. When he caught the 17th person, the last person trembled as he screamed. Very good. The masked man in black robes chopped off his head and said indifferently, in order to repay you, I'll give you a quick death. After saying that, he charged forward like a whirlwind. At the same time, he shouted, It's here. The people on the other side turned around with a swoosh. The 12 of them were like a sharp awl, piercing deep into the ground. The obstacles along the way were obviously a lot bigger. Moreover, the guards were obviously a few levels better than other places. Although the 12 of them were having a hard time, they were getting happier. It seemed like this was the place. Careful. Just as they were advancing at full speed, the person at the very front suddenly let out a strange cry and leaped back like lightning. It turned out that a large hole had suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. It was at least 20 feet wide. If he charged forward, he would be able to charge through, but his comrades behind him would definitely fall in. That was why he did not charge forward, but instead, he retreated and used his body to block his comrades. The teamwork of the Golden Horse Riders department members was very good. Just as he was about to land on the ground, the walls on both sides suddenly split open, and 7 to 8 viscous black liquid poured out. Kerosene? Motherfucker. The leader of the command horse riders cursed, everyone, quickly jump over. The 12 of them got up at the same time, and countless torches were thrown at them. With a loud bang, the flames behind them burned fiercely. The heat of the flames seemed to be roasting their backs. In front of them, overturned planks and holes kept appearing. Countless amounts of kerosene emerged from any possible place, forming a thick layer on the ground. The 12 of them could only try their best to jump forward, not daring to stop. Because their bodies were already covered in kerosene, if they were even a little bit slower, they would be burned. The command horse rider at the front used his palm to catch the kerosene that was falling from above, and charged forward without a care for anything else. Suddenly, the legs of the 3 people at the front went soft, and they fell down. This seemingly flat ground was actually a trap. The 3 of them were shocked. Under the illumination of the flames, they could clearly see a few footprints. How could there be a trap here? But the 3 of them did not have time to think, and they had already fallen. They had been leaping all the way. Although they were martial revered level cultivators, they had already exhausted their last breath. It was the awkward moment where they had used up all their strength and had yet to recover their strength. They did not have time to leap up before they fell down. With a loud bang, the entire passageway was filled with yellow smoke. Inside the trap, there was a short scream. Motherfucker, there are so many Dick. I'm Dick. You too. Step on me. Hurry up and go. It was obvious that one of them was injured, and he was in a lot of trouble. It was just a sentence, but he was already gasping for breath. Yellow smoke filled the air, and 2 figures flashed. 2 masked men in black rushed forward with tears in their eyes. That comrade of his had already fallen silent. What a good Dick. They had not even reached the first cell, and they had already lost a person. There's Dick in the smoke. There's bewitching Soul Yao and spring temptress Yao. A black-clothed masked man screamed in horror. Despicable. King of Hell Chu, you're despicable. The remaining 11 masked men in black cursed at the same time. But if the penis is not injured, it is fine if the penis cannot enter the uterus. With everyone's skills, they can stop the penis from entering the uterus. They could have even fought and pulled the dick out at the same time. But the lust dick was not possible. In a split second, the 11 masked men in black, tight-fitting clothes had already set up tall tents under their waists. Their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Lust dick. Everyone should have realized that the most lust dick in this world is not dick, but lust dick. This thing is too difficult to deal with. Now that we have lust dick, how are we going to deal with it? Our pants are as hard as iron. Where are we going to release it? Our arteries are expanding. Just a little more, and we will be able to save the first cell. The leader of the BMW horsemen tried his best to suppress the urge in his heart and the excitement in his body. He pushed forward with his bulging lower body, but his eyes couldn't help but look around the prison cells. Holy shit, why aren't there any female prisoners? The smoke was getting thicker and thicker. In just a short 100 feet, there was still space on both sides and the ground, but they had already encountered more than 10 traps. Every single one of them was unimaginable, and every single one of them was lust dick to the extreme. The two command horse riders could not help but curse at the dense number of traps. The people who had set up these traps were all masters of scoundrels, wretched experts. You despicable bastard who deserves to be chopped into pieces. How could there be such a trap? It was simply a combination of all the thoughts and ideas, plus 100,000 points of wretchedness and grumpiness. Chapter 161. Normally, these vicious traps would have killed at least 2 of them, and the others would have been injured. But now, they had not lost a single person. It had to be said that after taking the aphrodisiac, even though Li Fan was in a difficult situation, his body's reaction speed had increased by a lot, especially since they had not yet reached the stage where their lower body was about to split open. This aphrodisiac had actually increased their battle prowess. Normally, they would not have been able to pass through the traps, but today, they had passed through them without any mishap. As if they had taken an aphrodisiac, they had the energy of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Indeed, they had the energy of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Even though they had not taken the aphrodisiac, they had absorbed it. This flaw was something that King of Hell Chu, who had insisted on using the aphrodisiac, would never have thought of. However, if King of Hell Chu were here, he would have opened his eyes wide and sighed, "Motherfucker, this world is truly amazing. 11 men holding their spears and fighting bravely. This is truly a spectacle. This time, their entire bodies are fighting." The reality was just as he had said. 11 experts were holding their spears and riding their horses. In this dangerous trap, their faces were flushed red, and their spirits were high to the extreme. Their hair was standing straight up in excitement. Each one of them was yelling as they went straight for the prison where Tang Xian Shang was being held. Bang! Bang! With a loud sound, the leader of the command horse riders fiercely slammed his palm against an iron plate filled with poison. Finally, they arrived in front of the innermost prison cell. There was a person inside. He was curled up on the ground, trying his best to raise his head and look at them. The two command horse riders were overjoyed. This person's face was the face of Tang Xian Shang that Diwu Qingro had personally drawn. Number 1. The Prime Minister has sent us to save you. Tang Xian Shang seemed to be very excited. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His body tried to move, but he could not get up. It seemed that the injuries on his body were so severe that he could not move at all. Sure enough, Number 1 was tortured. The command horse rider made a prompt decision. His long sword flashed and fiercely chopped down on the big iron chain. With a dang sound, the iron chain broke. He kicked Tang Xian Shang aside and dashed inside. Without hesitation, his long sword flashed again and again. Tang Xian Shang's shackles fell to the ground. He squatted down and threw Tang Xian Shang on his back with his other hand. Then he shouted, "Success! Charge out!" From where the smoke rose, 11 figures rushed out excitedly. Everyone's heart wasn't filled with joy or sorrow for saving number one. Instead, it was filled with an urgent desire to get out of this place as soon as possible. Where is the nearest kiln to Ironcloud Citadel? His lower body was about to explode. He couldn't take it anymore. Human figures flickered. Those experts from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and the borrowed experts from the Imperial Palace finally rushed out from their hiding places and began to fight. As soon as they came out, they burst into laughter. Everyone was wearing tight-fitting night clothes. Their undergarments were too obvious, as if they were about to tear apart. Hey, Boss Wong, look at these people. Are they here to show off? Their undergarments are so swollen. While fighting, someone's mouth was not idle. He kept on mocking, "Motherfucker, such a big lump, half a pound? They have already taken the antidote and are not afraid of this." Yes, it looks like they are having a hard time. Another voice said, "Why are they so uncomfortable?" Nonsense. The minister prepared 20 pounds of aphrodisiac. They basically didn't waste it. If it were you, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? There isn't even a sow here. It must be hard for them. Fuck, I've seen it for myself. Aphrodisiac can be used by pounds. Even though everyone's martial arts were not as good as those masked men in black, and almost everyone was injured, it did not stop them from viciously mocking them. Actually, they could have taken care of it while rushing out. There is no need to feel so uncomfortable. A person coughed. He was hit with a palm. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, his opponent slowed down their pace of attack because of this sentence. Take care of it while rushing out? How to take care of it? How to take care of it? This is an aphrodisiac. Another rough voice shouted, "There is nothing that guy can't take care of. Isn't that simple?" While fighting, this guy did not stop talking. They just need to take off their pants. They don't even need to take off their pants. They just need to use their energy to make a hole. Then, the one in front will have to suffer a little. But the one behind him will not have to feel so uncomfortable. Why can the one behind him do it? Think about it. As long as the one in front raises his butt, the one behind him will have a place to take care of it. Then, one after the other. Anyway, their internal energy is very strong. They just need to shout 1, 2, 3, and then they will fly out together. Moreover, they can still use their hands to fight with us. After fighting for a while, they will attack us. This guy's mouth was not ordinary. While he was being beaten until he was coughing up blood, he laughed until he could not breathe. This is not a long way. They just need to endure a few hits, and then they will be out. This, cough cough cough, a strong martial artist can actually do a lot of things. Wang Irma, let me tell you, this is what it means to work together. This is what it means to have a strong will. Suddenly, he laughed crazily. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. One after another, they will all be out. Ha ha ha. Maybe in the future, they will not be able to leave each other. There is no need for us to come out and fight with them now. In fact, we just need to wait until they are all out and then rush out. Then, we will have an advantage. At that time, they will all be in love with each other. Ouch, I am injured again. Fuck, this guy is big now, right? This guy's words completely aroused the anger of the masters of Golden Horse Riders Department. One by one, they came to greet him. Not long after, he was injured several times. Seeing that his life was in danger, he unexpectedly showed a strange smile before he died. Brothers, my suggestion is absolutely good. You guys take off your pants and try. Bao Hong, try your ancestor. His voice hadn't even faded when an extremely angry expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department stabbed him in the chest with his sword. He laughed out loud twice before he died. Chu Yang had many masters lying in ambush here, but their quality couldn't be compared to the Golden Horse Riders Departments. These 11 people had paid the price of half of them getting injured, but they still managed to rush to the door like crazy tigers. Soon, they would meet up with the people outside. And at this time, the aphrodisiac's effect had reached its peak. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their mouths were moaning and groaning. But there was no way to describe the current situation. There was no way to describe it. The revered grade martial artist command horse rider was guarding outside. He had brought along a few of his subordinates. They were facing wave after wave of attacks from the large army outside. They were almost unable to withstand it. When they saw their companions come out, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. They shouted, "Quick! Everyone, quickly rush out. I can't hold on much longer." Suddenly, his tone changed. He was extremely stunned. "Fuck. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you all like this?" Fuck his grandmother. It's full of aphrodisiacs. The revered grade martial artist command horse rider, who was carrying Tang Xi and Shang, was indescribably angry. His face twisted as he roared, "We have already confessed, PFFF." The command horse rider who was guarding the door almost vomited blood. He was tongue-tied as he said, This. Looking at the faces of his companions, he knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Looking at these people, who were looking at his butt, the command horse rider's heart couldn't help but tremble. How many aphrodisiacs did that damned king of Hell Chu use? Rush out. Kill. There was no time to lose. The three command horse riders issued the order at the same time. At this time, the command horse rider carrying Tang Xi and Shang suddenly felt something strange on his back. He couldn't help but turn around to look. He saw Tang Xi and Shang, who was carrying him, had a strange smile on his face. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. The two command horse riders let out inhuman screams at the same time. This guy actually grabbed the crotch of the two command horse riders and used all his strength to twist it. This was really sudden. The two command horse riders were not prepared. They did not think that this dying number one would suddenly make a move. Moreover, the speed of his move was not any slower than them, who were revered level martial artists. Moreover, they would never have imagined that he would attack that place. That place was the weakest part of the body. Although it was at its toughest, it could not defend against an all-out attack from an expert. Suddenly, the long spear was twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist. If someone had traveled back in time and saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "Wow, brother, you have a threaded steel here." Ugh. Unfortunately, there was no such thing in this world. The faces of the two command horse riders twisted into an expression that normal people would not be able to make. Their eyes bulged, and their bodies curled up like cooked prawns. Bang, bang, bang. Number one slapped the heads of the two command horse riders. The two command horse riders did not make a sound. They fell down like logs with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Then, number one suddenly jumped up. His movements were like lightning as he punched and kicked. Every move he made was aimed at the lower body. Moreover, the targets of his sneak attack were the experts of the Golden Horse Riders department who were suffering the most. Caught off guard, 7 of them were hit on the spot. The bulging part of their crotch was ruthlessly beaten. Immediately, they covered their crotches in pain as they screamed and curled up. It's a trap. This person is not number one. This is the biggest trap. The command horse rider who was guarding outside finally reacted. He could not help but shout, "Bastard! I will kill you." Chapter 162. He. The disguised revered martial artist from the Hayamo clan laughed heartily. He was originally against this mission, but he never thought that he would be able to sneak attack 2 revered martial artists who were 1 level higher than him, and even severely injure 7 revered martial artists. This kind of battle record was something he would not even dare to think about. Seeing the remaining revered martial artist pouncing on him, the Hayamo revered martial artist was not afraid at all. At this moment, his legs were tightly held by 2 revered martial artists who were now his nephews. At the same time, the 2 opened their mouths and bit on his thighs. 4 eyes emitted a crazy light at the same time. At the same time, each of them had a free hand, and they ruthlessly struck at his crotch area. Puff, puff. Although his sneak attack was successful, it was still 1 against 2. His strength was inevitably scattered. In addition, the 2 revered martial artists from the Golden Horse Riders department were 1 level higher than him. Normally, they would have fainted. However, they had taken an aphrodisiac and did not explode. This was the time when they were most excited. His 2 palms actually didn't knock them out. It was finally his turn to taste what his enemies had tasted. Ah! The Hayamo revered martial artist looked up at the sky and let out a scream that did not sound like a human voice. At the same time, both of his hands struck downwards again and again, like raindrops falling down. Third brother, we are finished. A command horse rider from the Golden Horse Riders Department was crazily attacking the Hayamo revered martial artist. His mind was slowly becoming blurry, but he still cried out, "Hurry up and leave." Third brother, you are. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother suddenly burst into tears. Outside, the battle cries were getting closer. Another attack had begun. The revered martial artist from the Golden Horse Riders Department suddenly roared and grabbed a spear. He abandoned his two brothers who were on the verge of death and rushed out like a mad tiger. "Break out with me." Inside, the experts in the prison also rushed out. The 7 heavily injured revered martial artists made the same choice at the same time. They charged forward without any regard for their lives and used their own lives to block these people. Their lower bodies had been severely injured by an 8th-rank martial venerable when they were at their most excited state. There was no hope left. Even if he managed to escape as a man, he was already done for. Therefore, they chose not to leave. The remaining members of the Golden Horse Riders Department cried out with tears in their eyes. They rushed out at the same time. 10 of them had come here, but only 2 of them had rushed out. Even the 2 command horse riders had been left behind. This kind of battle record, this kind of crushing defeat, before today, no one could have imagined. At the entrance of the prison, the 2 command horse riders fought with their lives on the line and finally managed to stall the Black Devil expert. In the end, the 2 legs of the Black Devil expert were bitten off by the 2 of them. The 3 of them were roaring furiously and screaming miserably. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, splashing out like rain. The scene was so tragic that everyone who saw it felt a chill run down their spines. In the end, they collapsed at the same time and stopped breathing. The other 7 martial revered realm experts also fought for a period of time before they were dismembered and killed. They were already arrows at the end of their flight and were severely injured. Their fighting strength was not even 20 to 30% of their normal strength. They were already satisfied that they were able to stall the enemy. Looking at the blood and flesh on the ground, everyone was speechless. If it were not for the trap, perhaps the fake 8th-rank revered martial artist would have only managed to sneak attack 1 or 2 of them. Then, the rest of them would have safely retreated. The people of Golden Horse Riders Department were not only skilled in martial arts, but they were also not afraid of death. After today's battle, everyone finally knew the true power of Golden Horse Riders Department. They had more than 10 times the enemy's manpower. If the soldiers outside were added, that would be hundreds of times the enemy's manpower. Yet, only 10 people were left. The experts of Iron Prison also chased after them like locusts. The enemy came to cause a ruckus and left just like that. No one could bring themselves to do so. Immediately after, the entire Iron Cloud Citadel was filled with alarms. Scouts were sent out everywhere. The sound of horse hooves was chaotic. The quiet night was like a boiling pot. There was a huge flaw in Chu Yang's plan. Otherwise, none of the experts of Golden Horse Riders Department would have been able to escape. In fact, this could not be considered a flaw in Chu Yang's plan. At that time, Chu Yang and the Hayamo Saber King had agreed to let the Hayamo people assist in the defense. The Saber King agreed without hesitation. However, the Saber King still underestimated the arrogance of the revered martial artists of his clan. Listening to an official of a secular country to guard his prison? Who does he think he is? Plus, if he did that, wouldn't he become the legendary lackey? Therefore, even though they agreed under the orders of the king-level leader, they still delayed for 2 days. However, in these 2 days, such a big thing happened. Not only did they not manage to capture all of the enemies, but one of their 8th-grade revered martial artists died inside. After king-level leader Kong Shang Xian's subordinates left, he went to the top of Heaven-Reaching Tower, the tallest building in Iron Cloud Citadel. He silently looked down at the night sky of Iron Cloud Citadel. With 3 revered martial artists leading a group of more than a dozen revered martial artists and a few high-level martial great masters, They might not be invincible in this world. Being blocked was a common occurrence. However, King-level leader Kong was absolutely certain that such a force would not appear in Ironcloud Citadel. Even if it did appear in Ironcloud Citadel, it would not be the power of the government. Therefore, King-level leader Kong was not worried. Right now, he was sitting at heaven-reaching tower, quietly waiting for the victory song. When the Citadel was in chaos, King-level leader Kong's mouth revealed a meaningful smile. His eyes were like a hawk's as he looked at the mobilization of Ironcloud Citadel's troops with disdain and arrogance. Such an ant-like battle team actually wants to keep my people? Ridiculous. If it was a direct battle on the battlefield, my people would definitely be crushed into powder. There was no chance of survival. However, this was a citadel. No matter if it was trees, houses, or even a wall, it would become a stage for masters to move around. In such a complex terrain, ordinary soldiers would not be able to stop masters. Therefore, the more chaotic the better. It would be best to make the situation so tense that Tai Bu Tian would appear. King of Hell Chu would also appear. At that time, whether to assassinate Tai Bu Tian or King of Hell Chu, it would depend on my mood. Naturally, it wasn't easy to assassinate Tai Bu Tian. His two personal experts were really extremely mysterious and also extremely powerful. However, King of Hell Chu did not have such masters by his side. With my skills, after killing King of Hell Chu in one blow, I would immediately flee far away. In lower three heavens, no one would be able to catch up to me. Not long after, the citadel suddenly became noisy. Troops from all directions were mobilized. Everywhere was brightly lit. Moreover, many places were filled with people. All the inns were thoroughly searched. Even the houses were no exception. It seemed that they had successfully retreated. Kong Shang Xian revealed a proud smile. His thin body flashed from the top of heaven-reaching tower and disappeared without a trace. King-level Master Kong returned to the place where he had settled down. But he was left dumbstruck by what he saw. So, he roared in a low voice, "What's going on? Are you still martial artists? Bastards!" He saw that in addition to his subordinates standing outside the door, there were also moaning sounds coming from inside. When he opened the door, he saw a floor full of naked bodies. In addition to his subordinates, there were also a few young women with heavy makeup. We robbed a brothel and found these women, and they are of the lowest level. The command horse rider outside the door had a sad face. He whispered inside, "These days, all the brothels in Ironcloud Citadel have closed. And these are the lowest level brothels in the poor areas." He understood why King-level leader Kong Shang Xian was so angry. In Chongtian continent, robbery was not a serious crime, but prostitution was forbidden. Once someone committed this crime, they would be despised by the whole world. This was the bottom line of morality in Chongtian continent. Brothel? The lowest level brothel? Kong Shang Xian suddenly felt dizzy. He slapped the command horse rider's face. "You took them to prostitution? And you brought them back?" They fell into King of Hell Chu's trap. The trap was filled with aphrodisiacs. The command horse rider explained in a low voice. He seemed to be numb to the slap, as if it did not hurt him at all. Even the brothel closed because of King of Hell Chu. Aphrodisiacs? Kong Shang Xian gritted his teeth. Bastard, bastard, despicable, shameless, filthy King of Hell Chu. He no longer looked at this unsightly scene and angrily closed the door. When he came out, he was startled. Where are the others? Dead. The command horse rider stood there stupidly. Tears flowed down his face. Dead? They are all dead. What? Kong Shang Xian turned pale with fright. He suddenly felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. He almost could not stand straight. He quickly grabbed the command horse rider. What happened? There was no number one inside. It was purely a trap. There was danger everywhere. There was poison everywhere. There was also an 8th grade revered martial artist pretending to be number one. The command horse rider was in a daze. My eldest brother, my second brother, they fell into a trap and were drugged with aphrodisiacs. Finally, when they were carrying the disguised number one to escape, the enemy suddenly attacked. He suddenly squatted on the ground and covered his face with his hands. There were also 8 brothers who died there. Tears flowed down from the gaps between his fingers. How could this be? How could this be? Kong Shang Xian stood there in a daze. At this moment, his tall and straight back was somewhat bent. He could only mutter, "How could this be? King-level leader. King-level leader. You must avenge our brothers." Next to him, a burly man cried out with tears in his eyes. His body was also bleeding, but he refused to bandage it. He just let the blood flow. King Stage, avenge our brothers. The remaining few people suddenly knelt on the ground. King of Helchu, King of Helchu. Kong Shang Xian tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He roared in a low voice, "If I don't kill you, I swear I am not human. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not tolerate it." Fourth update. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 163. I recommend a new book, Immortal God King by Li Tian. The writing and plot of this book are very good. I am reading it right now. You all can go take a look. At this time, the voices inside gradually disappeared. It was as if there was a dead silence. Then, the three people came out with their clothes on. They woodenly walked in front of Kong Shang Xian and knelt down. Their foreheads touched the ground and did not lift up again. Kong Shang Xian looked at them for a long time. Then, he suddenly stomped his feet and sighed deeply. He said in a low voice, "Get up. Xian is not a big deal. They are prostitutes. Men. It is hard to avoid." The three people knelt on the ground, but their bodies were trembling. Three martial arts masters. If this was a normal time, what kind of beauty could they not find? But now, they had to rely on prostitutes to vent their desires. Moreover, they were prostitutes of the lowest level. For them, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. King-level leader. The three people cried bitterly. "Don't cry." Kong Shang's mind flashed with a ferocious look. "Wait until we catch King of Helchu. I will put him in a brothel for a price. As long as someone patronizes him, I will reward that person 100 silver taels. Play him to death." The three people on the ground raised their heads. Their eyes shined brightly. Only by doing this to King of Helchu would they be able to vent their anger. Kill those three women. Kong Shang's mind flashed with a ferocious light. From now on, no one will know about this. Yes, when Ironcloud Citadel was in chaos, Chu Yang had already woken up. After all, the commotion was too big. He knew that people from Golden Horse Riders Department had come to break him out of prison, but he did not go out immediately. Instead, he lay on the bed for a while. He closed his eyes and carefully thought about his plan. Then, he murmured, "Two countries at war. What is good and evil? Is there? Is there not?" After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed heavily. "There is a problem with your mentality." The sword spirit said in his mind, "An enemy is an enemy. There are no heroes among your enemies. There are only people who want your life. You can do anything to your enemies. There is only one goal, and that is to kill them. If you still cling to such a moral concept and admire or feel guilty towards your enemy, then your path will be much more difficult than it is now. It's even impossible to reach the finish line." Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a low voice, "I'm only a martial artist after all. I'm not a politician, nor am I an ambitious and ruthless person. If I'm really as unscrupulous as Diwu Qing Rotan, then would I still be Chu Yang?" The sword spirit sighed and no longer spoke. What the sword soul said was right. An enemy was an enemy. No matter how you deal with it, as long as you can turn the enemy into a dead person, then even if you use 1,000 methods, there is nothing wrong with it. But in Chu Yang's heart, there was still the persistence of a Jianghu person. Just now, when he thought about how vicious the trap he had set up was, he felt rather uncomfortable. Although he would still do the same if he could do it all over again, he still had some sentiments in his heart. Chu Yang had always believed in being open and above board. In his previous life, whether it was seeking revenge or learning from each other, it was all open and above-board confrontation. But in this life, the situation was too bad. The responsibility was too heavy. Moreover, if he had to confront a peerless and ruthless person like Diwu Qingro, Chu Yang would be consigned to eternal damnation if he took one wrong step. So, he could only try his best to dig out his wisdom. No matter what, he would consider things from an angle that was absolutely beneficial to his side and absolutely not beneficial to the other side. Chu Yang was a little worried. If his character continued to dig out the dark side of his heart and think of some despicable and shameless schemes, would he lose his true nature? Would he become a person like Diwu Qingro? After thinking for a while, he got up from the bed. He thought, as long as I have a thought, even if I walk out of the sea of blood, so what? I'm still me. Thinking like this, he suddenly felt refreshed. Walking out to take a look, he saw that GMO and the others had also been awakened. They also looked a little depressed. No matter who it was, if they were to be woken up by such a commotion in the middle of the night, no one would feel comfortable. Gu Duxing yawned at the door and said, since you're awake, why aren't you cultivating? Why are all of you standing there like stupid birds? The four of them immediately glared at him with anger. Hey, I'll continue to sleep. Gu Duxing staggered and closed the door. His muttering came out from the crack of the door. Anyway, I've broken through. Hey, it's so comfortable to go back to sleep. Then, they heard the sound of the bedboard creaking. Obviously, he was lying down, too exciting. GMO and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. Even if he had broken through, he didn't need to be so arrogant, right? Let's cultivate. Jibutong said weakly. A day and a half has already passed in a month. My bottleneck still hasn't loosened a bit. GMO and Dong Wushang's faces suddenly turned cold. Thinking of the serious consequences of being eliminated, everyone became nervous. They sat down cross-legged and circulated their energy. Wushang. I remember that the #1 warrior of Great Zhao is called Dong Wufa. Is he also a member of the Dong clan? Chu Yang grabbed a towel and wiped his face. No. Dong Wushang said casually, there are many people with the surname Dong on the continent. If they were all members of the Dong clan, then the Dong clan would have already killed their way to Upper Three Heavens. In Upper Three Heavens and Upper Three Heavens, is there anyone with the surname Chu who is more powerful? Chu Yang seemed to ask casually, but his eyes revealed a secret light. Surname Chu? Dong Wushang thought for a while and said, I haven't heard of them. Even if there is, I'm afraid they are not powerful. As for Upper Three Heavens, I'm not sure. Not sure. Not powerful. Chu Yang grinned and walked out. Coincidentally, Diwu Qingru had also asked Gao Sheng the same question before Chu Yang asked Dong Wushang this question. Gao Sheng, in these Upper Three Heavens, are there any clans with the surname Chu? Absolutely not. Gao Sheng's answer was very decisive. Oh, Diwu Qingru sighed lightly. Gao Sheng seemed to feel that Diwu Qingru's heart seemed to have put down a burden. Chu Yang was extremely cautious this time. Something like Inwu Fa catching him, even if it happened once, was already too many. Chu Yang didn't want his tongue to be scratched again for no reason. After half a circle, he entered Butian Pavilion through a hidden tunnel. Butian Pavilion was already brightly lit. Tai Butian was already waiting for him here. Minister Chu, Golden Horse Riders Department, is already on the move. I already know. Your Highness, you have been too tired recently. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Chu Yang said casually. I just want to know what kind of effect Minister Chu's arrangements have had. Tai Butian smiled faintly. It could be said that he was both mentally and physically exhausted during this time. Regarding his father's illness in the imperial palace, it was like a mountain pressing down on his heart. On the border, Tai Longcheng was overseeing the army. Although there were no major issues, the troops on the border were also fighting. Although they were only small disturbances, these small disturbances were the most annoying. Because in today's grim situation, every small battle could erupt into a full-scale war. The imperial court was a mess. Although King of Hell Chu had only dealt with a small number of traitors, he had completely caused panic among the court officials. Every day, there were many memorials to impeach King of Hell Chu. They were placed on the table like snowflakes. Tai Butian often sighed. There are so few people in Iron Cloud who understand. I also want to know. Chu Yang smiled confidently. Golden Horse Riders Department sent out a total of 10 people this time. Wu Qianqian held the battle report and said with a smile, But under our ambush, they left behind 10 corpses. It could be said that it was a complete victory. 10 corpses? Chu Yang was stunned. What about the rest? He thought to himself, this should not have happened. Logically speaking, they should have all been left behind. They ran away. Ran away? Chu Yang almost jumped up. Why did you let them run away? Tai Bu Tian and Wu Qianxian were somewhat puzzled. If they could not hold them back, why did they run away? Why are you so surprised? What's more, we killed 10 of the 10 experts. This was a great victory for us. Why did they run away? Chu Yang coldly snorted and suddenly said, didn't the HMO people go to guard the prison? He thought for a moment and thought that this was the only possibility. With his own arrangements, the fake 8th grade revered martial artist, and the ambushing experts, it should have been enough to kill 7 or 8 of them. But in fact, they only killed 10. In other words, his side had performed better than usual. But if the HMO people had joined in, the results of the battle would not have been so little. It was obvious that they were lacking a great force. Moreover, this force was something that he had expected but did not appear. This made him extremely depressed. The HMO people? Tai Bu Tian's eyes showed a trace of understanding. You talked to them? Yes, the Saber King of the HMO clan had promised to help us annihilate this group of people. Chu Yang said sullenly, I have also talked to the prison. Even if they went there themselves, they would have been allowed to enter as long as they took out my token. But from the results of this battle, it seems that they did not participate. What is going on? So that's how it is. Tai Bu Tian smiled, but it is not bad. Minister's plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf did not succeed, but the HMO people will still be here for a while. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and then issued a series of orders. Chengong, you and Shun Yutong's people who have been monitoring this time, immediately reel in the net. My request is that not even a mouse can escape. Chengong complied. These were the people that Chu Yang controlled in Tang Xianshang's intelligence network. The number of people was extremely large. There were close to 1,000 people. If they wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, they would not have done it so cleanly. Mobilize the troops on both sides. Use the largest number of troops that can be mobilized and order the local officials to cooperate. No one is allowed to interfere with Butian Pavilion's operations. This operation is completely in your hands. If anyone dares to stop you, they will be punished like traitors. Try to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. The other side had already failed to break out of the prison. If they were smart enough, they would not try again. Chapter 164. Part 4 Iron Cloud Mending the Heavens. Chapter 171. Play 309-1200. Because if Tang Xianshang was not dead, they could have rescued him and then chased him down until they were heavily surrounded. That would have been a foolproof plan. Moreover, they could have cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. But Chu Yang did not do that. The only possibility was that Tang Xianshang was already dead. I will send someone with a command seal to accompany him. Give him the right to command the troops. Tai Bu Tian knew that Chu Yang was about to make a big move, so he made a prompt decision. There is no time to lose. Let's go. Chu Yang waved his hand. Chang'ong received the order and immediately rushed out. Order the entire city to search the Du courtyard. If there are any missing prostitutes, or if there are any missing girls from decent families, report it immediately. Then lock down that area. What happened to the 8th grade revered martial artist who pretended to be Tang Xianshang? Chu Yang asked. He perished with 2 enemies. Wu Qianxian's expression was a little sad. Perished together? Chu Yang was stunned. An 8th grade revered martial artist died? Tai Bu Tian was a little distressed. Iron Cloud was not like Golden Horse Rider's department. An 8th grade revered martial artist was a top fighter here. He did not expect Chu Yang to sacrifice him like this. He was from the HMO clan. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I see. Since he was from the HMO clan, he did not feel distressed. However, it is a little strange. An 8th grade revered martial artist perished together with the enemy. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Could it be a king-level master? Or a command horse rider? According to the prison's report, there should be 2 8th-grade revered martial artists. Wu Qianxian read the report carefully and said with certainty, "That's not bad." Chu Yang frowned and thought for a while. He turned to Tai Butian and said, "Tai, Butian Pavilion must be a secret force in the future. We have become too big of a target." Tai Butian nodded and said, "That's right. Butian Pavilion cannot stay here any longer. Without a king-level master, it is too dangerous. However, I am prepared for this." He looked at Chu Yang and smiled. "Do you remember the first time you went to Butian Pavilion?" "Oh?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "Over there. I've already arranged for a troop of 30,000 guards to surround the area." Tai Butian smiled. "A large troop of 30,000 people has completely surrounded that area like an iron bucket. However, they didn't interfere with each other. That place is my ideal heaven-mending pavilion. The previous heaven-mending pavilion was not worthy of that place. But now," Tai Butian chuckled, "when is Minister Chu going to move over? The sooner the better." Chu Yang said, "I'm somewhat worried that the people of Golden Horse Riders Department will lose their minds and attack this place. They hadn't formed a powerful fighting force yet, so they would probably be defeated in a single blow. Although we can use the secret mechanisms to preserve our manpower, it would not be good if Heaven Mending Pavilion's headquarters were destroyed." Tai Butian's words were very obvious. It was because of Chu Yang's hard work during this period that Butian Pavilion was worthy of its name. "I want to take a trip to the prison," Tai Butian said. "I want to see the guards there. While we are at it, we can also take a look at the battle strength of Diwu Qingrou's core subordinates." Tai Butian stood up right after she finished speaking. She had originally wanted to wait for Chu Yang to exchange a few pleasantries with her. Unexpectedly, this fellow only raised his head and said, "Oh, you want to leave?" Then he turned his head and asked Wu Qianxian, "Well, about this matter, does Cloudgaten know?" "They shouldn't know yet. But with the chaos in the city, they should have some guesses." Wu Qianxian said, "It's good that they don't know." Chu Yang nodded lightly and said, "For this operation, can you be sure that there were no Jiang-level masters?" "Yes." Wu Qianxian recalled the information given by the prison and said with certainty, "There were absolutely no king-level masters. Otherwise, our casualties would have been much greater, and we might not have been able to kill 10 of them." The other side's king-level masters did not come. Chu Yang frowned and said, "A king-level master was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but there were no king-level masters participating in this operation. What is the reason for this?" Wu Qianxian was startled. She suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility and said with a trembling voice, You mean? Yes." Chu Yang nodded and said, "This is to lure the snake out of its hole. The first target should be Taiyu, and the second target should be me. Because something happened in the prison, whether it is me or Taiyu, one of us has to go and take a look. And as long as we go out, it will be his chance." These words made Tai Butian, who had already walked to the door, stop. But after thinking about it, Tai Butian still stepped out resolutely and said, "If the soldiers are sacrificing themselves while I'm afraid of death and don't even dare to go to the post-war consolation ceremony, then I, Tai Butian, am no longer fit to be Tai Yun Tai. I am not against you going, but I want to remind the 2 shadow guards. You must not let your guard down in this operation." Chu Yang said lightly. In the void, the 2 shadows suddenly appeared and nodded at Chu Yang. Then, he escorted Tai Butian out. With a large entourage at his back, he quickly left Butian Pavilion. "I also want to go out for a while." Chu Yang watched Tai Butian and the others leave and said quietly, "Then how will you go out?" Wu Qianxian asked with concern. "I will not wear a mask and go out like a target." Chu Yang smiled proudly and said, "I have my own plans. Also, you 2 do one more thing." "What is it?" "I think that this king-level leader who is hiding in the dark and waiting to assassinate me is definitely his target." Chu Yang laughed mischievously. "Although we do not know his exact location, we are sure that he is nearby. You can play with him. See how much this king-level leader can endure. Just treat it as practice." Ha ha ha. King-level leader Kong had been hiding in the tree for more than 4 hours. For 4 hours, he didn't move at all. This kind of hiding had almost become his instinct. He saw Tai Yun Tai enter Bu Tian Pavilion. He also saw many people going in and out. But after watching for a long time, he could not be sure which one was king of Hell Chu. Then, he saw Tai Bu Tian leave Bu Tian Pavilion and go in the direction of the prison. He originally thought that King of Hell Chu was also in Tai Bu Tian's team. But after following for a while, he found that he was not. Moreover, there was more than one master's aura floating around Tai Bu Tian. He did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, he turned back at the first possible moment. Could King of Hell Chu not come out? While he was waiting, his eyes suddenly lit up and his body tensed up. Suddenly, many people in black rushed out of Bu Tian Pavilion. They stood vigilantly at the entrance of Bu Tian Pavilion. Their eyes were sharp as they observed every corner. This kind of team was dozens of feet away from the entrance. The security was so tight that it made people stare in awe. Moreover, everyone was fully focused. Even when Tai Butian came out earlier, there wasn't such a grand display of extravagance. Kong Shang Xian immediately determined that King of Hell Chu was coming out. Right now, if a person came out, it did not matter if he was wearing a mask or not. It did not matter if he was young or old. Kong Shang Xian would immediately make a move. However, even after a long while, there was still no movement at all. Those people in black stood there like wooden pillars for a while. Then, as if something had happened, they hurriedly went back in. Poof! King-level leader Kong's hand silently inserted itself into the trunk of the tree. They had been waiting for a long time. Completely wasted. King-level leader Kong scolded in his heart. But before he could catch his breath, there was a sudden whoosh, and the men in black who had just entered rushed out at the same time, quickly forming a protective formation. Their movements were so fast that they were caught off guard. King-level Master Kong was caught off guard. So, he immediately activated his martial power. He even moved his palm and the muscles of his back. Then, he gently moved the saber on his back. He moved it to the best position for him to attack as soon as possible. The loud neigh of a horse came from Bu Tian Pavilion. It made Kong Shang Xian's entire body tense up. He suddenly felt a rush of desire in his heart. This horse. It must be. This horse really came out. This horse was indeed a divine steed. Like a black dragon, it rushed out of Bu Tian Pavilion. But Kong Shang Xian was so angry that he almost could not breathe. There was no one on the horse's back. Hey! A loud roar sounded. King-level leader Kong became alert again. Could it be that King of Hell Chu is going to jump on the horse? He only saw a short person running out of Bu Tian Pavilion. As he ran, he shouted, "Quick! Quickly stop that horse!" The horse is startled. The dozen or so black-clothed men at the gate acted at the same time and subdued the horse in a few moves. The short man panted as he ran closer. He wiped his sweat and said, "Damn it, I just cleaned it up and it actually ran out. Many thanks for everyone's." He led the horse back. Then the people in black also laughed and walked in. Kong Shang Xian was stunned. What is going on? This kind of thing happened one after another. Finally, Kong Shang Xian understood that the other side was either deliberately playing with him or they were practicing. But this kind of practice did not seem to have any effect. The biggest possibility was that he was being played with. This kind of realization made Kong Shang Xian so angry that his eyes turned black. Could it be that he did not just wait for nothing, but was also being played with? Kong Shang Xian's belly was about to explode. But no matter how angry he was, he would not act rashly. Barely suppressing the anger in his heart, Kong Shang Xian knew that if he continued to wait, he would only be played even more miserably by the other side. Right now, he had two choices. First, if the other side did this, could it be King of Hell Chu's plan? Could it be that King of Hell Chu is inside right now? If so, what would happen if he just went in? The second choice was, of course, to retreat. Seeing that it was already noon, Kong Shang Xian could not make up his mind. At this time, he suddenly had a new idea. Under the noon sun, on the main road leading to Bu Tian Pavilion, a person came from afar. His face was covered with a hideous mask. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Just like that, he walked on the road like a ghost that had walked out of hell, gloomy and cold. Second update. Begging for votes. There will be more tonight. Chapter 165. Kong Shang Xian felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Could it be that there was someone else dressed like this? And this was in front of Butian Pavilion. Who would dare to pretend to be king of Hell Chu here? King-level leader Kong felt like he was about to explode. Chu Yang arrived at Cloudgate Inn and went to the door of the Saber King's room. He put on his mask and gently knocked twice. "Who is it?" Inside, the Saber King's voice was a bit dull. "It's me." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Could it be that Senior doesn't recognize my voice?" The door suddenly opened. The Saber King rebuked, "Why are you in such a chaotic situation? Why are you running around by yourself? If your identity is discovered, you are just walking to your death." The Saber King's tone was a bit reproachful. His face was a bit strange, as if he was a bit embarrassed. After all, after the prison break, his people were not in place. Now that he saw King of Hell Chu, he naturally felt a bit guilty. "If my identity is discovered, even in Butian Pavilion, I am just walking to my death." Chu Yang smiled. "Is Senior busy?" "Not busy, not busy. Come in, come in." The Saber King opened the door. Chu Yang walked in and could not help but be surprised. There were 17 or 18 people inside. No wonder no one stopped him outside. They were all here for a meeting. "Everyone, good morning." King of Hell Chu politely greeted them. The assassins of the Hayamo clan were a bit confused by the sudden appearance of this masked man in black. "Who is this guy? He seems to be quite familiar with you." "This is Minister Chu of Butian Pavilion, Official Chu." The Saber King explained. Everyone looked over with interest. This guy was the ferocious masked King of Hell Chu from the other day? "Oh, for Official Chu to come here today, what do you want?" The Saber King's tone was very polite today. He could not help but feel a bit guilty. Last night, there was such a big commotion. Everyone knew that something big had happened. When he came out to take a look, he found out that his people were not in place. There was no need to mention the feeling in his heart. That day, he patted his chest and swore that he would be fine. Now, he did not do anything and the matter was already over. How could he say that? The Saber King even had a thought. If King of Hell Chu mentioned last night's matter, then he would use that as a pretext to scold these people. This is too much. Ben's a good person. How would this lowly official dare to say the word, teach? King of Hell Chu sighed deeply. He didn't disappoint the Saber King's expectations and said, "Senior, do you know that a major prison break happened last night?" This I've heard." The Saber King's face was a bit red as he glared at his subordinates. "Last night? The situation is really hard to explain." King of Hell Chu's complexion was very heavy. "What's wrong?" The Blade King asked nervously. "There is one thing that I have come to ask for Senior's forgiveness for." Chu Yang said seriously. "Last night's prison break shook the entire city. Inside the prison, there was a foul wind and rain of blood. It was a hellish scene. Senior's righteousness is as high as the sky, generously allowing an 8th grade revered martial artist to assist us. However, this lowly official is indeed ashamed. That 8th grade revered martial artist Senior, unfortunately, perished together with the enemy." King of Hell Chu sadly lowered his head. "Dead?" The Saber King stood up. "Yes, that Senior could be said to be a true hero. He was chivalrous and loyal, extremely heroic." Chu Yang said, "He single-handedly fought against 2 8th grade revered martial artists and dragged them down with him. If it weren't for him, the casualties would have been even greater. Such a hero. But he was alone. Reinforcements were late, and he died with a grievance in prison. What a pity, what a pity." King of Hell Chu used his sleeve to wipe his eyes. It seemed like he was crying. "Dead. Old Third Han is dead." The Saber King stood there blankly for a while. Then, he suddenly flew into a rage. "You bastards. I told you guys to hurry up and go, but you guys refused to go no matter what. Now, because you guys didn't go, Han Laosen is dead. Do you know that Old Third Han is dead? You bastards. You are a bunch of trash. You are a bunch of pigs. You are a bunch of trash." The Saber King's furious voice pierced the heavens. "Bastards. Continue to delay. Continue to refuse. Continue to be arrogant. Respect your status. Old Third Han was also a good brother who went through fire and water with you. Now, Because of you, he is dead. Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel grief and indignation? The Saber King flew into a rage. What? This is the consequence of not listening to my orders. You are sinners. You killed your own brother. You killed old Third Han. All of you. All of you. All of you. Bastards. In the Saber King's heart, old Third Han was not old Third Han. The key point was that these people did not listen to his orders. This was what annoyed the Saber King the most. Now, he could use this as an excuse to ruthlessly beat these people up. In front of him, a man in black was sitting peacefully on an armchair. He faintly coughed and looked at Chu Yang expressionlessly. Then, he slowly said, Minister Chu? Official Chu? Senior is? You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you one thing. The man coldly looked at Chu Yang and said in a low voice, My people want to help you, but they died there? Haha, I wonder where your people were at that time? Senior is right. My people were indeed there. Chu Yang said sadly, Last night's battle was earth-shattering. Our guards and soldiers, 137 people, died heroically in the line of duty. 330 people were seriously injured, and 4 had light injuries. The experts of the Hayamo clan were shocked. More than 100 people died. More than 300 were seriously injured, and only 4 had light injuries. Just from this number alone, one could see how cruel that battle was. There were more serious injuries than light injuries, and more dead than light injuries. Only those who fought with their lives on the line could achieve such a result. In last night's battle, the other side had a total of 10 experts. 3 of them were first-grade revered martial artists, and 3 were 8th-grade revered martial artists. The rest were at least 3rd-grade revered martial artists. Chu Yang said, On our side, the highest grade was only 3rd-grade revered martial great master. There was such a great disparity in strength, but after a fierce battle, other than the 2 who died together with your 8th-grade revered martial artist, there were 8 people who died here forever. Chu Yang said with an intense voice, Even those who were lucky enough to escape were all injured. Until now, regardless of friend or foe, their corpses are still in the prison. They have not been buried yet. If Senior has any doubts, you can go and check. The person who asked the question was silent for a while. Then he said lightly, Yes. Then he did not say anything else. This is my 3rd brother, King-level leader soul catcher of the Hayamo clan. My 3rd brother is very strong. Even in the entire clan, he is ranked in the top 5. The Saber King introduced, So it is Senior soul catcher. Junior greets you. Chu Yang said humbly, If Senior's reinforcements can arrive. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He shook his head and laughed. I have misspoken. The Saber King snorted. All the experts kept quiet out of fear. Actually, I came here today not only to inform you of the news, but also to remind you of something important. Chu Yang saw that they had passed this hurdle and felt relieved. If they could not pass this hurdle, then the next plan would not work. Remind us? The Saber King asked, What is it? What? It is a matter of your safety. Chu Yang said seriously, There is one thing that I do not understand. The last time they came, there was a king-level master. Now that the king-level master is seriously injured, the people they sent were only revered martial artists. I think this matter is very inappropriate. It is indeed inappropriate. The Saber King frowned and said, It is completely inappropriate. If a king-level master can die at any time, then what is the use of only sending a revered martial artist? Yes. Therefore, I think there must be 1 or 2 king-level masters hiding in the dark, waiting for a thunderous strike. Chu Yang said seriously, Yes, this guess is very reasonable. King-level leader soul catcher nodded. If they are hiding in the dark and do not show up, then they must be planning something big. Chu Yang said, Yes. The Saber King said, I think that even though they sent so many experts to break into the prison, it is just a ploy to lure the snake out of its hole. Chu Yang said confidently, As long as we are alarmed by this matter and come out to investigate or go to the prison, then the enemy will make their move. That makes sense. King-level leader soul catcher frowned and seriously considered this matter. Right now, there are only 3 people who pose the most threat to them. Or rather, 3 people. Chu Yang said with shame. The first is naturally Grand Elder Butian. The second is the seniors. The third is me. You. King-level leader Soul Catcher narrowed his eyes and looked at King of Hell Chu with disdain. His meaning was, who do you think you are? Do you think you can be compared to us? I am an immortal. King of Hell Chu coughed twice and said, however, I think that Butian is heavily guarded. They will not be able to make their move, so they will not choose to do so. And the biggest threat to the Golden Horse Riders department right now is naturally your side. Especially after this prison break, you must have become a thorn in their side. I am worried. King of Hell Chu said seriously, they are plotting against you. Therefore, you are in a very dangerous situation. Today, I am here to deliver this message. I hope that you will be careful. Oh, ha ha ha. King-level leader Soul Catcher sneered and said proudly, I am only afraid that they will not come. Also, I have ordered that the news of you staying at Cloudgate and be blocked. Chu Yang said, therefore, they may not be able to find this place. Even if they want to deal with you, they will have to think of another way. Chapter 166. I have also thought about it. With your strength, you may not be afraid of them. But the problem is, Senior Sword King is here. Senior Sword King is seriously injured. If the enemy finds this place, Chu Yang said with concern, this is not good. King-level leader Soul Catcher was frightened and said, yes, you are very considerate. He suddenly remembered that the Sword King was on the brink of death. Not to mention a battle, even a strong vibration would be enough to kill him. This King of Hell Chu was completely considerate of them. King-level leader Soul Catcher could not help but feel ashamed of himself for being angry with him. Seniors, please prepare yourselves. There is a saying that there is no harm in being prepared. Chu Yang said sincerely, as long as you do not suffer any injuries, I will be relieved. Thank you for your concern. King-level leader Soul Catcher said warmly. Benja, good person. Okay, I will take my leave. Chu Yang nodded. When he reached the door, he stopped and said casually, although you do not care about these clowns, I think it is better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Then, he shook his head and said, goodbye. Then, he took a step out of the door. His heart was screaming, keep me here, keep me here, keep me here. Minister Chu, please wait. King-level leader Soul Catcher's words made King of Hell Chu feel relieved, but he was still a little confused. He turned around and asked hesitantly, Senior Soul Catcher, do you have any instructions? We also want to get rid of these people as soon as possible. But the problem is how to get rid of them. Does Minister Chu have any good ideas? If we do not get rid of these people, they will be like maggots in our bones. King of Hell Chu's hesitant look could not be hidden from King-level leader Soul Catcher. This, King of Hell Chu hesitated. It does not matter. There is no one here. Just say it. Even if you say something wrong, it does not matter. King-level leader Soul Catcher encouraged. Then, I will say it directly. Chu Yang said embarrassedly. Just say it. I think that if they want to deal with us, they can only assassinate us. But they do not dare to make a move. They are not sure. So there are only 2 targets left, me or you. Not bad. Because of this, since I've given a gag order on your residence, the easiest target for them to find is me. In other words, the easiest target to kill is me, Chu Yang said frankly. That's right. The 2 king-level masters nodded. He thought to himself, at least this guy knows his place. He actually knows that he's the most useless one, therefore, they will only set up ambushes around Butian Pavilion. As soon as I appear, they will immediately make their move. Chu Yang sighed. Not bad. That's why I didn't dare to show up. King of Hell Chu said dejectedly. You don't dare to show up? The 2 king-level experts almost fainted. You've been talking for so long, and all you're telling us is that you don't dare to show up? Of course, if Senior really wants to take action, there is a way. I'll have to take the risk. Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, if you use me as bait to lure the snake out of its hole, they will definitely appear. That is a good idea. The Saber King nodded slowly. But there's a problem with that. King of Hell Chu rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart, because my cultivation is too low. Even if I were to be bait, I'm afraid it would be difficult. That's true. Your martial arts are too weak. King-level leader Soul Catcher looked at Chu Yang with disappointment. If it was really a king-level assassin, you would be sacrificing your life for nothing. You wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from the enemy. The enemy could easily kill you the moment you appear, and then run away. Killing you would be too easy. There would be no challenge at all. Chu Yang's heart had already cursed this guy's 18 generations of ancestors. What kind of nonsense was this guy spouting? Was there anything worse to hear? In the end, he sighed and said, what Senior said. Even though I feel uncomfortable and do not want to admit it, it is the truth. This matter is really difficult. The two king-level masters frowned. They could not help but glare at King of Hell Chu with hatred. What's the point of saying that? You can't even be a bait. What's the point of talking about luring the snake out of its hole? That's why I can only sneak in and out of the place. Life is really difficult. King of Hell Chu sighed and said, fortunately, I always wear a mask at Butian Pavilion. No one has seen my true face. Otherwise, I would have become a ghost under the blade of a saber. Hold on. At this moment, with King of Hell Chu's reminder, the Saber King's intelligence came into play again. What did you just say? You only wear a mask. No one knows your true face, right? That's right. Minister Chu opened his eyes wide in a perplexed manner. He seemed to be confused as he asked, what's the problem? There is a big problem. Ha ha ha. The Saber King laughed excitedly. He turned around and said, third brother. You see, this matter is so simple. You only need to wear his clothes and wear his mask. Isn't that enough? After all, those guys only recognize the mask. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Your granny, you two finally came up with this plan. If you want me to play dumb again, I'll just pretend to be an idiot. This plan is feasible. Jade Leader Soul Catcher nodded and pondered. So, as long as I wear your clothes and wear your mask, I can go to Butian Pavilion? King-level Leader Soul Catcher asked. This is hard to say. Last night, such a big thing happened. Of course, we can't take it anymore. However, they sent 10 people and lost 10. This kind of loss is just as big for them. They can't take it anymore. Chu Yang smiled and said, so, if they intend to assassinate me, they won't let me off since today is the time of turmoil and chaos. Then what are we waiting for? King-level Leader Soul Catcher immediately stood up. The Saber King laughed and said, finally, I can see Third Brother in action. When the time comes, I must be on the side to see Third Brother's power and figure out a few moves. You only know how to flatter. King-level Leader Soul Catcher snorted and said, this time, I'll let you off easy. However, this is a rare opportunity for me to fight. Don't interfere and ruin my mood. Of course, with Third Brother's strength, who in the lower 3 heavens can be your opponent. The Saber King laughed. Only the lower 3 heavens? King-level Leader Soul Catcher smiled proudly and said softly, even in the lower 3 heavens. How many people can stop me? King of Hell Chu lowered his head and secretly curled his lips in a place where no one could see. He thought to himself, you can do whatever you want. You really are a master at bragging. The Saber King laughed and asked while rubbing his chin, Official Chu, since you already thought of it, why did you hesitate? Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly and said, they are after me. If I said anything, it would seem like I am taking advantage of Senior's weakness. Honest enough. His honest words made King-level Leader Soul Catcher look at him deeply and said, being afraid of death is human nature. What is there to be ashamed of? Using a strong person to block a disaster is also understandable. If you speak clearly, this old man will not dare to look down on you. After saying that, he burst into laughter. Chu Yang thanked him with tears of gratitude. He thought to himself, I knew that you old fogies have this kind of bad temper. You don't want to leave, but you want to drag your nephew back. When I beg you to do something, you won't do it. When I don't beg you, you will lick your old face and stick to me. King-level Leader Soul Catcher couldn't wait to take the mask from King of Hell Chu. He immediately put it on. As for the black robe, he didn't need to prepare anything. The black robe of the Hayamo and King of Hell Chu were similar in style. There is no time to lose. The sooner we kill them, the sooner we can do it. Let's go. King-level leader Soul Catcher walked out proudly. It was as if the head of the king-level leader of Golden Horse Riders Department was already there. He only needed to raise his hand and everything would be over. Chu Yang and the Saber King followed closely behind. Luring the snake out of its hole, this matter could be said to be extremely coincidental. King-level leader Kong's idea was to lure the snake out of its hole, and Minister Chu's idea was also to lure the snake out of its hole. However, when the two snakes came out of their holes at the same time, one of them became the fisherman. King-level leader Soul Catcher walked out. Whether it was his posture or his aura, he was much more majestic than King of Hell Chu. He walked with his head held high. His mask was cold and his eyes were cold. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Everyone who saw him could not help but feel a hellish aura coming from him, especially his two legs. They looked as if they were suffering from gangrene, making him look even more domineering. Seeing this, King of Hell Chu frowned. He was ruining the old man's image. This is not very appropriate. Chu Yang said, Senior Soul Catcher, you need to restrain your aura. Restrain? King-level leader Soul Catcher frowned. Yes, you walked out like this. You looked majestic and heroic. You walked like a dragon or a tiger. You swallowed the heavens and spat out the earth. Anyone who saw you would know that you were a king-level expert. Moreover, you were a high-grade king-level expert. Chu Yang forced a smile. How would that assassin have dared to make a move if he had seen you? Maybe he would just run away. Then wouldn't we? Li is also right. King-level leader Soul Catcher smiled and nodded. He immediately retracted his king-level aura. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a supreme master to a person who held the power of life and death in the secular world. Anyone who saw him would not doubt that he had the power to kill tens of millions of people. So similar. This time, Chu Yang was not trying to flatter him. This guy had imitated the imposing manner of King of Hell Chu back at Butian Pavilion. It was so vivid and lifelike that he was practically a King of Hell Chu. Right now, even if Chengong or Chen Yutong were in front of him, they would have to bow down and call him minister. Chapter 167. Kong Shang Xian did not even dream that his plan to lure the snake out of its hole would be accomplished in such a manner. Just as he was about to explode in anger from being played for a fool, he actually saw his biggest target, who was wearing a mask, slowly walking over from the opposite side. His head held high, and his steps were filled with an insufferably domineering aura. That sinister black robe, that ferocious mask, that unique aura. King-level leader Kong's eyes became moist. The heavens have eyes. The moment he saw King of Hell Chu, King-level leader Kong's entire body tensed up. Even his heartbeat became chaotic due to excitement at this moment. King-level Master Kong took a deep breath. Then, he slowly relaxed. He narrowed his eyes as much as he could and concealed all the fluctuations of his vitality. When he slowly opened his eyes again, his entire person had already sunk into absolute silence. Heartbeat, still. Pulse, still. Breathing, still. Even the sweat pores on his body stopped moving at this moment. Everything was silent. In King-level leader Kong's eyes, as his pupils slowly shrank, the world suddenly disappeared. All that was left was the masked man in the black robe. In fact, every step that person took felt as if the tip of his foot was stepping on his heart. 3 more feet. Kong Shang Xian's body did not move at all, but he silently shifted his center of gravity forward. Only the strength of his 2 legs was enough for him to jump out, 10 feet away from the front of Butian Pavilion. This was a matter of life and death. Benj is a good person. No matter how vigilant King of Hell Chu was at this distance. But the tension in his heart had begun to loosen. This was something Kong Shang Xian had tested many times with human lives. There was no mistake. Kong Shang Xian decided to make his move at this moment. Unable to see through the cultivation of this man in the black robe, Kong Shang Xian used all of his cultivation. This was his strongest attack. Even if he is just an ordinary person, I will still do this. 3 more steps. The people coming in and out of Butian Pavilion also changed their attitude. Everyone became well-behaved. When they saw King of Hell Chu, they all bowed and respectfully said, "Minister." King of Hell Chu didn't show the slightest hint of politeness. Whenever someone greeted him, he would raise his head and snort with his nostrils. Or he would simply ignore them. He would just clasp his hands behind his back and stroll forward in a very pretentious manner. That kind of arrogance and haughtiness naturally appeared on the outside. It really is King of Hell Chu. The attitude of Butian Pavilion's people completely dispelled Kong Shang Xian's last bit of doubt. 2 steps more obedient. He was getting closer. It was getting closer. His 3rd step was already in the air. As long as his heel touched the ground, he would be within 10 feet. This was the moment. Right at this moment. Success and recognition depended on this moment. Move out. Kong Shang Xian took a deep breath and stomped his feet. His entire body suddenly turned into an arrow that was shot out from a bow without making a sound. Without making the slightest sound, his entire body seemed to be floating in the air. Like lightning, he crossed more than 10 feet and looked down from above. Just as his body was about to touch the ground, behind him, there was a sudden shio, sound of something breaking through the air. A puff of white smoke came out. Wherever Kong Shang Xian passed, the sunlight could faintly see the distortion in the air. It was very clear. His speed was too fast. The friction between his body and the air caused smoke to rise. Moreover, his movement actually tore apart space. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. As he flew, Kong Shang Xian did not do anything stupid. Instead, he silently flickered his hand and a thin, almost transparent saber appeared out of nowhere. Facing King of Hell Chu, Kong Shang Xian fiercely chopped down with his saber. At this time, the heel of King of Hell Chu's foot had just touched the ground. Boom! Kong Shang Xian's murderous aura had been hidden for a long time. Only at this moment did it suddenly erupt like a flood or a tsunami. It was only at this moment that the tree he stomped on began to shake violently. Branches and branches began to slowly fall off and flutter in the air. They fluttered in the air, full of life and nothingness. Kong Shang Xian, who was descending, aimed at his target and chopped down with a domineering saber. This saber was invisible, but its momentum was like a violent wave. It locked down the space in front of and behind King of Hell Chu. He could not retreat, he could not advance, and he could not dodge. He could only meet it head-on. He used his head to meet it head-on. King-level leader Soulcatcher was shocked. It could be said that he was scared out of his wits. He had already overestimated the assassin's strength, but he did not expect this assassin to have reached such a level. Just this one attack was enough to put him in danger. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that before the assassin made his move, he did not reveal any murderous intent. It was only after he made his move that he realized it. Earlier, he was still gloomy about why the assassin did not appear. He did not expect that once he appeared, he would make such an earth-shattering attack. King-level leader Soulcatcher did not have time to react. He hastily raised his hand. In his hand, there was a deformed soul-separating hook in his hand. Golden light flashed. Dang! The saber and hook collided with each other. Strangely, there was only a slight sound. It was as if the two weapons were carefully placed together. A dense mist visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the point of collision. King-level leader Soulcatcher let out a low roar. He couldn't stop his feet from stepping back. His feet left a big hole in the ground as he took 5 steps back. Then, he used the momentum to jump back up and landed on the ground. He took another step back to stop himself from falling down. He suddenly raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. A line of blood suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The opponent did not cut him, but the saber energy still hurt him. Kong Shang Xian was also shaken and fell to the ground. He took 3 or 4 steps back. Without saying a word, he chopped down with his saber again. Before this saber strike, the distance between him and the opponent was 80 feet. But when the saber was halfway through, he was already in front of King-level leader Soulcatcher. When the saber fell, it was at the peak of strength, speed, and momentum. No one knew how he crossed such a long distance. Kong Shang Xian was also shocked. He could not believe it. The opponent was caught off guard and caught his saber strike. Is the opponent also a king-level leader? Could it be that In Wu Fa's information was not wrong? But he kept these doubts in his heart. He did not show it on his face, nor did he ask. He only had one thought: kill this person. King-level leader Soul Catcher did not even have time to breathe before the opponent's saber came again. He roared and used the soul-separating hook in his left hand to block. In the blink of an eye, King-level leader Soul Catcher switched from left hand to right hand to left hand. He was only defending. King-level leader Soul Catcher's two soul-separating hooks complemented each other, one for defense, the other for offense. It was very difficult to defend against, but now he could only defend. He could not even use the two soul-separating hooks at the same time. This parry could only be done by concentrating all the strength of one's body on one hand. His other hand was like a cripple, without the slightest bit of strength. Kong Shang Xian held his saber with one hand. His attacks were like thunder and waves. His face was expressionless. Saber after saber turned into lightning and thunder. His saber technique was very simple. It was just one saber strike after another. However, there was no time to rest. It was as if he did not need time to rest. This kind of attack would last until the opponent died. There was no time to rest. "Minister, be careful," Minister Chu anxiously shouted from the side. King-level leader Soul Catcher almost vomited blood. So humiliating. So humiliating. Just a moment ago, he was bragging about himself. Now that the enemy appeared, he was in such a difficult situation. Hearing Chu Yang's words full of concern, King-level leader Soul Catcher's heart was filled with the most vicious sarcasm. In an instant, his face behind the mask turned the color of a pig's liver. He really wanted to say, "Shut up." But in the face of the opponent's barrage of attacks, he could only concentrate. Not to mention a word, he did not even have time to fart. In the blink of an eye, King-level leader Soul Catcher was already 300 feet away from Butian Pavilion. Every saber strike was followed by a step back. His body swayed like a lonely boat in the middle of a raging sea, ready to capsize at any moment. Not to mention King-level leader Soul Catcher, who was depressed to the point of insanity. Even Chu Yang was inexplicably surprised. He did not expect that this person from Golden Horse Riders Department would be so fierce. "So it is you." King-level leader Soul Catcher glared at the opponent and said through gritted teeth. He finally recognized the opponent from his saber. The soul-chasing saber was invisible. Shang Xian under the heavens. Sad Saber King Kong Shang Xian. This was the infamous bandit who once caused a huge uproar in the three heavens. "You are dead." Kong Shang Xian coldly snorted. "Many people know me. Do you think that just because you recognized me, I would show mercy?" Kong Shang Xian. "Today is the day you die." Saber King Soul Catcher's belly was about to explode from anger. This person who was hated like a rat in the three heavens had forced him to this point today. What was even worse was that he was also an 8th-grade king-level leader, but because he lost the initiative, he was forced into this desperate situation. 10 sabers, and he did not even have a chance to fight back. Ha ha ha. Kong Shang Xian slashed 3 times and suddenly stopped. He seemed to have noticed something. His eyes involuntarily looked behind Saber King Soul Catcher. A small gap had appeared in the ferocious attacks that seemed to have no gaps in the sky. Opportunity. Saber King Soul Catcher's mind was suddenly shaken. He roared and attacked with his 2 hooks. The opponent's saber seemed to have been distracted by something. It was aimed at Saber King Soul Catcher's left shoulder. It was not a fatal spot, but Saber King Soul Catcher's hook was aimed at the heart and throat. Chapter 168. As for the sudden distraction, King-level leader Soul Catcher naturally thought that the Hayamo Saber King had appeared behind him. "You have been fooled," Kong Shang Xian sneered. Suddenly, his entire body bent along with the saber in his hand, forming a huge arc. The saber also seemed to twist at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the opponent's double hooks and slashed towards King-level leader Soul Catcher's neck. This move was invisible and traceless. It was like an antelope changing its horns. It was untraceable. It took advantage of the opponent's fatal weakness. This was a trap that Kong Shang Xian had carefully prepared. King-level leader Soulcatcher was shocked. He tried his best to lean back and twist his waist. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. It was as if his waist had been broken. A red light appeared. King-level leader Soulcatcher's collarbone was torn open, revealing a bloody wound. Inside, his white bones were exposed. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals and escaped with his life, he still couldn't completely avoid it. This time, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that the guards in front of Heaven Mending Pavilion finally realized what was happening. Not good. The minister is being assassinated at the door. With a shrill scream, the entire Bution Pavilion was in chaos. Everyone took out their weapons and rushed out. The military barracks on both sides immediately rang with shrill alarms. As soon as the alarm went off, groups of soldiers rushed out. In all directions, a flood of people rushed out. Kong Shang Xian's expression did not change. His eyes did not change. His attacks did not stop. His saber flashed. His attacks were even more ferocious than before. The people of Bution Pavilion had already rushed out, but even if they did, they still needed time. And this distance was time. During this time, there were still 2 breaths. As long as he could kill King of Hell Chu in this time, he would still have time to escape. As long as he was not heavily surrounded, he was confident that he could escape. Kong Shang Xian's saber flashed and suddenly slashed down. Halfway through, it suddenly turned into 2 sabers. They separated into 2 different directions and whistled down. Soul-splitting saber, life-snatching saber. This was Sad Saber King Kong Shang Xian's ultimate skill. Since the beginning of time, this saber was used to decide life and death. King-level leader Soulcatcher roared angrily. His 2 hooks turned into a yellow light and a black gas. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. King-level leader Soulcatcher knew that none of them could help him, even though there were people coming from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Like a storm, the saber and the hook collided no less than 100 times. King-level leader Soulcatcher rolled on the ground with his ferocious mask on his face. His body was covered in blood. Kong Shang Xian rode his saber and flew up. 7 or 8 places on his body were bleeding profusely. However, his body turned into a long rainbow and shot straight into the sky. Whoosh! The sky suddenly turned dark. It was the soldiers and archers who had rushed over after hearing the news. Regardless of whether they had just arrived or were on their way, they all shot out all the sharp arrows they could. Both near and far, there was only one target. The empty Kong Shang Xian. There were also all the hidden weapons that the masters of Bution Pavilion could use. In a short time, the sky was filled with all kinds of hidden weapons. It was enough to hold a hidden weapons exhibition. Kong Shang Xian's body flashed in the sky. Saber light wrapped around his body. With a slight sound, his body suddenly escaped from the range of these hidden weapons and arrows. He rushed toward the tree from which he came. As long as he could use the tree as a foothold, he would be able to escape. Just as he was about to reach the tree, a bright saber light flashed from the top of the tree. A cold voice said, "One go down." Heimo's Saber King Soft Cloud appeared at this crucial moment. In fact, it was not a coincidence. Chu Yang had secretly said, "Just in case, wherever the assassin comes out, Senior, you should hide there again." And now it was working. Kong Shang Xian risked his life to injure King-level leader Soulcatcher. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he could only retreat. But he did not expect that on top of the tree where he had been hiding for the whole morning, another King-level leader would jump out. After fighting with all his might, his body was injured in several places. Then, he was surrounded by arrows and hidden weapons. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, another strong enemy appeared. At this moment, Kong Shang Xian was truly heartbroken. Another King-level leader. Another Saber King. Kong Shang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, all of the potential in his body was mobilized. His body slightly twisted, and his saber hand suddenly chopped out. Dang! A loud sound was heard. The 2 Saber Kings clashed in the air. Fuck you. Heimo's Saber King Soft Cloud was furious, because this saber strike felt empty. Although the sound was loud, it felt like it had hit cotton. Heimo's Saber King Soft Cloud was only a 3rd grade king level leader, while the opponent was an 8th grade king level leader. His understanding of the saber was far above his. Although this saber strike looked solid, it was actually borrowed by the opponent. The two figures tangled together and fell at the same time. During this time, the two sabers fiercely clashed twice. Both of them were Saber Kings. Even though they were falling, they still fought like fireworks. Halfway down, Kong Shang Xian's body strangely stopped, and he was a bit higher than the Heimo Saber King. The borrowed strength came into play at this moment. He fiercely stomped on the Heimo Saber King's buttocks. Using the rebound force from the buttocks, Kong Shang Xian shot up to the top of a tree. He paused for a moment on the top of a tree. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Kong Shang Xian's body flashed and disappeared. Saber King Soft Cloud's body was heavily stomped by the opponent. His body lost balance and fell like a rock. With a loud bang, the dust on the street flew everywhere. It had actually smashed a 10 feet deep hole in the hard ground with its body of flesh and blood. Its mouth had almost completely sunk into the soil. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, King-level leader Soul Catcher's body was covered in blood. He trembled as he stood up. In today's battle, the 3 King-level leaders were all injured. Minister, are you okay? Chang'eng hurriedly ran over and supported King-level leader Soul Catcher. He anxiously turned around and shouted, "Doctor! Quickly find a doctor!" Today's battle shook the hearts of everyone in Heaven Mending Pavilion. Everyone knew that Minister Chu usually did not reveal his strength. Who would have thought that Minister Chu was a king-level master? When the assassin made his move, there was a flash of golden light and an empty crown. It was clear that he was a high-level king-level master. Yet, Minister Chu was able to fight for such a long time. Moreover, both sides were injured. Even though Minister Chu was at a disadvantage, no one here could compare to his battle prowess. King-level leader Soul Catcher wanted to speak, but another mouthful of blood came up. He could not speak. His body had received at least a dozen slashes. The first slash was not a big deal. Under his control, they were all superficial wounds. However, the most serious thing was that each slash sent a stream of energy into his body. His internal organs were severely damaged. He almost died on the spot. Heimo's Saber King Soft Cloud groaned as he crawled out of the hole. His face was covered in dirt. He spat and cursed, "This bastard! If I see him again, I will skin him alive." As he spoke, he touched his butt. His heart was still beating fast. If the opponent did not kick his but somewhere else, he would have been dead by now. It was the same as 2 king-level masters attacking together. Yet, the opponent was still able to retreat so easily. The Saber King felt extremely humiliated. Only Chu Yin-run, who had been watching the battle, was unharmed. Moreover, he was the one who gained the most from this battle. This was because the sword spirit had suddenly awakened when the 2 kings were fighting. Moreover, it was commenting in Chu Yang's consciousness. "You call this a king-level master? So weak? Too weak. Is this bastard saber dead? If the saber cannot bend, does that mean the saber energy cannot bend? How can it be so straight? This is bullshit. This person who uses 2 hooks is stupid. What's the use of 2 hooks? If you bully someone weaker than you, you can use a surprise weapon. But do you need a surprise weapon to deal with the weak? What an idiot. You have to know that when fighting someone of the same level, one move is a burden. If he were to fight against someone who was of a higher rank than him, then he would be defeated in a single move. Simply incomprehensible. What is this bastard doing? He had the advantage of time, place, and people. Moreover, he was on the high ground. Yet, he was still borrowed by the opponent. He was even kicked in the butt by the opponent. How can this person be so stupid? You only need to use 1000 Jin to fall, and he will have no place to borrow power. He can only fall with you. There are thousands of people waiting below. How can he escape? He even used 2 moves to let the opponent borrow power. This is simply incomprehensible. The sword spirit chattered on with deep disdain. He pointed out the flaws of each move, each person's flaws and what should be done to make up for it. Chu Yang combined what he had learned and verified it one by one. For a moment, he was stunned. He did not feel that the sword spirit was being overly long-winded, because Chu Yang suddenly realized that there were many things where the sword spirit's methods hit the nail on the head. Moreover, they were the most effective and the simplest methods. Rather than saying that the sword spirit pointed out the flaws of each move, it would be better to say that the sword spirit pointed out the common mistakes of the martial artist's hearts. The sword spirit sighed and pointed out the flaws of these three king-level experts with a disdainful tone. It was as if a weasel had given birth to a mouse. As he spoke, he was somewhat dispirited. A feeling of loneliness rose from the top. The sword spirit also finally lost interest in commenting. He only sighed. How many years has it been? How could each and every one of the martial artists be so weak? I don't even have any interest in commenting or scolding him. This lower three heavens really doesn't have any fun. Chapter 169. Tao cannot bend, Tao Chi can bend. Just this one sentence broke through the biggest misunderstanding of the cultivation world. After this battle, the entire Iron Cloud Citadel was quiet for a while. Benja, good person, Golden Horse Riders department was completely honest. They had 2 king-level leaders, and 2 were seriously injured. 10 out of 10 were dead, and the rest were also seriously injured. They could not be arrogant even if they wanted to. Instead, they had to worry about being surrounded by Bution Pavilion. This was the time when they were most anxious. The HMO people were even more depressed. The 3 king-level leaders were all injured. Soul Hook Daowang stayed at Bution Pavilion for half a day. He felt ashamed and unhappy. He went back to Cloudgate Inn to rest. Daowang did not feel anything. First of all, this guy was a bit simple-minded. He was still immersed in his own peerless wisdom. Second of all, the other party's cultivation was higher than his. In the next 3 days, Chu Yang focused all his efforts on Su Xiansheng's line. This time, he managed to capture more than 700 people, including the specific members and the clans. The entire Bution Pavilion was busy. So, Minister Chu arranged everything. Then, he became a hands-off manager. During this time, Chu Yang did not even go out to challenge people. He just sat there alone, frowning and thinking hard. Then he would use his hand to make a few gestures. Even in Heavenly Pavilion, he did not try to break through his limits. Every day, other than teasing a Mo Ching Wu, he just sat there quietly meditating. How to turn the energy in the Dantian into Tao Chi and pour it into the Tao body. Then release it with a little bit of energy to create a myriad of different effects. It could bend, it could go around, it could go in a circle. This was a huge breakthrough. Normally, Tao Chi and sword energy would go in the direction of the Tao tip. Even though the power was great, it was indomitable. As long as it was avoided, it would be fine. But if Chu Yang had been thinking about this for the past few days. Because of this, he spent more time looking for Dong Wushang. Wushang, how is Tao Chi formed? Tao Chi is the desolate Chi of the Tao body. Infuse the desolate Chi of the entire Tao body into the Tao power, and use the Tao to strike out. The Tao Chi can be formed naturally. In other words, Tao Chi will only turn into Tao Chi after going through Tao Chi? This question stunned Dong Wushang. What kind of aura is this without going through the body of a virgin? Could it be that this boss's brain was muddled? In other words, when the Tao Qi is released, it is released unconsciously, right? Or should I say when Dio Qi, hey, don't go. The problem of sword Qi had caused Dong Wushang to have a mental breakdown. Boss Chu then started to study sword Qi. After all, they were of the same origin. Duxing, how do you think sword Qi is formed? Is this external Qi, this sword Qi, hey, don't go? Oh. The 5 brothers did not know whether to laugh or cry at this kind of conversation. Every day, this boss would grab onto a person and ask these questions as if he was in a dream with this expression of deep contemplation on his face. This was not the first time he asked these questions that all the martial artists in Fort Continent knew. He was very patient. In the end, Boss Chu turned his attention to Imo Chengyu. Senior Imo, please aim at the lake and release a Tao. What for? Release a Dao at the lake in front of you. I want to see if your Dao Qi can hit the tree on your right. Dao, you are crazy. Emocheng Yu also did not know what to do. Release a Dao at the front and hit the tree on the right? This is Dao Qi, not a hidden weapon. It is also not primordial Qi. In the end, Chu Yang had no choice but to experiment on his own. But even after thousands of swings, he still had no results. At this time, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He had discovered a great talent, Emocheng Wu. The little lowly loved dancing star dream to the bone. She would hug it to sleep. When there was nothing to do, especially when there were many people around, she would take it out and wave it a few times. Every time she took it out, GMO and the others' eyes would almost pop out, especially Dong Wushang. Every time he saw the Dao, his eyes would turn into searchlights, shining brightly. Emocheng Wu enjoyed this gaze very much. Brother Wushang, Brother Shang, do you like it? The little lowly blinked cutely. I like it. Dong Wushang swallowed his saliva. Even if you like it, I won't give it to you. Hee hee. The little lowly smiled proudly. Brother GMO, Brother Shang, do you like it? She blinked cutely. I don't like it, GMO said with a straight face. Why don't you like it? Why don't you like it? It is such a good Dao, you can't not like it. The little lowly did not give up. Her eyes were watery. All right, I like it. GMO had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. Even if I like it, I won't give it to you. Hee. The little lowly smiled triumphantly. GMO wanted to cry. Brother Duxing, Brother Shui, do you like it? Gu Duxing died in defeat. Finally, Big Brother Chu found Emocheng Wu, this little lowly who wouldn't be annoyed by him. She is a perfect target. Little Wu, come. What are you doing? Brother Chu Yang, Brother Ho? Do you like that dado? I like it. Do you want to know how to use it? Yes. Then, all right, pull out your Dao and point it at the lake in front of you. Let me see if you feel anything on your right side. Swish, swish, swish. Do you feel anything, Brother Chu Yang? I don't feel anything. Maybe you didn't practice it correctly. Try this. Swish, swish. Do you feel anything? Brother Chu Yang, Brother Ho? I still don't feel anything. Try this again. First point at your dantian, then at your meridians. Again. Swish, swish, swish. Do you feel anything? Or, do this again. Swish, swish, swish. Why don't you feel anything? Why don't you feel anything? Woo, woo, woo. Why don't I feel anything? Don't worry, try this again. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Do you feel anything? No. My arms are sore. Woo, woo. You still don't feel anything. Then rest for a while. No. You must feel something. Swish, swish. Swish. Do you feel anything? Do you feel anything? Do you feel anything? Do you feel anything? Chu Yang collapsed. 3 days later, Cheng Yun Rue he arrived late. He used the identity of a merchant group as a cover to enter Iron Cloud Citadel. At this moment, Iron Cloud Citadel was in a state of chaos and crisis. Even at the city gates, one could smell the faint smell of blood in the air. After expending a lot of effort to contact Kongshang Xian, Cheng Yun Rue he was shocked. This king-level master, who had only arrived 3 days earlier than him, now looked like a tuberculosis ghost. His face was yellow, and he could not sit for long before coughing. After coughing for a while, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Next to him, In Wu Fan was also coughing, but he was gradually recovering. Wasn't it said that only king-level leader In was seriously injured? How come even Kongshang Xian became like this? I'm afraid there is a mistake in your deduction. Kongshang Xian sighed. That king of Helchu is indeed a king-level leader. Moreover, he is an 8th-grade king-level leader. Cheng Yun Rue he was shocked by these words. In Wu Fan said he was a king-level leader. After everyone's analysis, they concluded that this matter was not true. Now, Kongshang Xian, who had previously believed Diwu Qingrou's spine was broken, immediately changed his tune after coming here. One king-level leader said yes, the other also said yes. This is worth thinking about. You fought with King of Helchu? Cheng Yun Rue he asked solemnly. He suddenly realized that there were fewer people and could not help but ask, Did you disperse the others? Cough, Cough, cough. Kong Shang Xian coughed twice. He felt guilty and his face was ugly. He did not know what to say. His initial plan was to wait for Cheng Yun and Kuei-he to arrive before he could take action. However, he couldn't wait to take action as soon as he arrived. Not only did he suffer such heavy injuries, but he also lost the lives of 10 experts. What should he say? Seeing Kong Shang Xian's expression, Cheng Yun Rue, he felt a chill in his heart. His face also became pale. He probed, "Did you fight with King of Hell Chu?" "I did not fight." Kong Shang Xian angrily said, "Are you blind? If you did not fight, then where did my injuries come from?" Cheng Yun Rue, he was stunned. He stared at him for a while. Kong Shang Xian did not show any weakness. After a while, Cheng Yun Rue, he let out a long sigh. "It's over. It's over, bull." Kong Shang Xian harumphed and said, "What's the matter? 1-inch those people. Did you also take action? Where are they?" Cheng Yun Rue, he still had a glimmer of hope. "Gone." Kong Shang Xian became anxious and said, "If they were not there, would they not have come out when you came? Do you really need me to explain this kind of thing? Was your head kicked by a donkey?" Cheng Yun Rue, he was dumbfounded. Even if he had a good temper, he could not hold it in. He angrily said, "You acted without permission and ruined the plan of the Prime Minister. You lost the lives of so many masters. Do you still think you were in the right?" "Bullshit." Kong Shang Xian was furious. His eyes were red as he said, "You think I want to lose? You think I want to be injured? They are all my brothers, and they are also my brothers. You think I do not feel bad?" "You are twisting words and twisting logic." Cheng Yun Rue, he said sternly. In Wu Fu was lying on the side. At this moment, he sat up and said, "Second brother, Official Cheng, don't talk too much. The important thing is, what should we do in the future? What should we do in the future? What can we do now?" Cheng Yun Rue, he angrily said, "Right now, your second brother has made a mess of everything." Cheng Yun Rue, he had always acted slowly. He was rarely anxious. No matter what happened, he was always in order. He would rather not do anything than not make a mistake. Regarding Cheng Yun Rue, Diwu Qingro once said, "Fighting for supremacy in chaotic times is not enough to expand the territory. But in times of peace and stability, he can be a prime minister." 1. Chapter 170. It was because of this that Diwu Qingro gave him such an important task. This was because Iron Cloud's side was a mess. Only someone like Cheng Yun he could slowly grind out the truth. Moreover, he was the best person to use his lukewarm water to deal with any enemies he might have, or to make friends with. The good thing about this person was that he could endure what others could not. Even in the worst situation, he could still find a way out. At the very least, he could reduce the losses. Today's anger was the first time in Cheng Yunhe's life. How could things be in such a mess? In Wu Fa disagreed. The Prime Minister said that King-level leader Yin was deceived. In other words, you were framed. Cheng Yunhe sighed, but his emotions returned to normal. If the enemy could fool you once, how could they not fool you a second time? The claim that King of Hell Chu is a king-level leader is not credible. This is the first reason. The second reason is that number 1 is one of our main targets. Last night's operation alerted the enemy. Iron Cloud is now on guard, so number 1 is in danger. Even if he survives, the hope of saving him is gone. At this point, Cheng Yun he let out a long sigh and continued. If the Prime Minister knew, he would be heartbroken. Isn't it just number 1? He is just an intelligence officer. Even if he is a bit scheming, what can he do? In the end, he cannot affect the big picture. Kong Shang Xian said with disdain, "Do you know who number 1 is?" Cheng Yun he looked at Kong Shang Xian sadly. "You acted on your own and ruined number 1's life. Do you not know who he is?" Normally, this kind of operation is handled by Golden Horse Riders Department. This time, because of this matter, the Prime Minister personally arranged it. This time, he felt that the situation was serious, so he sent me here to prevent you from acting recklessly. Do you know why the Prime Minister values you so much? Why? Kong Shang Xian felt a bit uneasy. At the beginning of this operation, When king-level leader Yin came, the prime minister had already warned us not to assassinate Tai Butian. Whether Tai Butian was dead or alive was still uncertain. As long as the assassination was carried out, regardless of whether she was dead or alive, Iron Cloud would be enraged. With nowhere to vent his anger, he would deal with number one and kill him. This shows that the prime minister regards number one as more important than Tai Butian. Chung Yunhee said, this time, the prime minister saw how important King of Hell Chu is to Iron Cloud. He emphasized that this mission is to save number one and clear up the misunderstanding with that mysterious clan. He also said that if we are not certain, we should not touch King of Hell Chu. Do you know why? Pay attention to the order of the prime minister's words. Save number one and clear up the misunderstanding with the mysterious family. The words save number one are in front. Chung Yun, he let out a long sigh. The prime minister was afraid that you would let your emotions affect your decisions. So he specifically told you to wait for me to arrive and discuss before you could take action. Did he really not have any intentions? That is because the prime minister knows that I understand how important number one is to the prime minister. Chung Yun-hee sighed. Who is number one? Kong Shang Xian's forehead was already sweating. Chung Yun-hee had said so much. If he really could not understand the importance of number one, then he should really die. The prime minister's master only taught 2 disciples in his life. Chung Yun-hee said in a low voice, do you know who the other one is? Could it be number one? Kong Shang Xian suddenly became tongue-tied. His forehead was full of sweat. If it is not number one, then could it be you? Chung Yun-hee looked at him angrily. That year, the prime minister and his martial brother were brothers. Number one was younger than the prime minister by 8 years. They relied on each other since childhood. The 2 of them served Great Zhao at the same time. However, one was in the light while the other was in the dark. Number one never revealed his real name in front of others. When the prime minister first created Golden Horse Riders Department, this idea and the initial creation were the 2 of them working together. Later on, the Grandmaster gradually became famous in Great Zhao. Number one gradually faded out of everyone's sight. However, after 7 or 8 years, there was news of a saint in Iron Cloud. Do you know why? Chung Yun, he said in a low voice. At that time, the prime minister, me, Han Bu-chu, and number one drank together. At this point, Chung Yun, he sighed and could not help but remember the scene at that time. At that time, the 4 of them were very young. Number one was only in his 20s. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 4 of them were already a little tipsy. At that time, Diwu Qingrou's authority was not as great as it was now. After getting drunk, they talked about their life's ambition. At that time, Diwu Qingrou said, since ancient times, Heavenly Layer has never had one person unify the world. It has always been divided and chaotic. My life's ambition is to unify this vast world with my hands. At that time, Diwu Qingrou was holding a wine cup. Although his eyes were drunk, they were deep and profound. As a man, I have to stand above the blue sky, the sun, and the moon. I have to step on the land for thousands of miles. I have to look down on billions of creatures and command the heroes of the universe. Lying on a beauty's lap while drunk is just a mediocre pervert. Waking up to control the world is a man's dream. A man's life is full of power and fame. Why would he need a beauty? At that time, number one was already drunk, but he laughed and said, if my brother can control Great Zhao, then I will give you Iron Cloud as a gift to congratulate you on unifying the world. No one knew that the drunken words at that time would become the goal of the 2 men's life. Moreover, they almost succeeded. If Chu Yang was here, he would sigh and say, not almost succeeded, but almost succeeded. In the previous life, Iron Cloud was basically Tang Xian Shang's gift to Diwu Qingrou. Thinking about the past, Chung Yun, he let out a long sigh. It felt like a dream. Of the 4 people at that time, one of them became the prime minister of a country in name, but in reality, he was a king. The other one sneaked into Iron Cloud and became the role model of the government, a saint. The 2 of them were in their own fields. They each had their own achievements, but they worked hard for the same goal. As for Chang Yun-hee, he became Diwu Qingrou's assistant. He focused on dealing with the most difficult matters and quietly contributed. As for Han Bu-chu, Cheng Yun he knew that Han Buchu was the most terrifying person besides Diwu Qingro. Han Buchu had a fanatical worship for Diwu Qingro. For Diwu Qingro, he would do anything. For Diwu Qingro's prestige, he did everything he could. He did all the bad things in the dark, but the good reputation belonged to Diwu Qingro. The things that Diwu Qingro could not do or say were all done by Han Buchu. Han Buchu treated himself as Diwu Qingro's stepping stone. He was willing to do it. He spared no effort. There were many times when Han Buchu would discuss secret matters with Diwu Qingro when everything was quiet, and he would discuss them with Diwu Qingro. These were the four people at that time. Now, number one was trapped in Iron Cloud by King of Hell Chu, who came out of nowhere. Cheng Yun he, on the other hand, was trapped in a quagmire by his own people. He could not move forward, and he could not retreat. As for the other two, they were still thousands of miles away, waiting for news of him. Thinking about this, Cheng Yun he suddenly wanted to drink. What he wanted the most right now was to get drunk like that time when the four of them got drunk. To get drunk. So number one is so important. In Wu Fa and Kong Shang Xian looked at each other. Why didn't the Prime Minister say anything? The Prime Minister would not say this kind of thing. Cheng Yun he smiled bitterly. How could he say such a private thing? Kong Shang Xian sighed. It seemed that his injuries were aggravated, and his whole body trembled. Let's calm down a bit during this time. Cheng Yun he laughed. Deep in his eyes, he sighed about the past. Then, his eyes became clear again and he said, let's heal your injuries first. Without power, even if we negotiate, we will not be valued. Let's stay in Iron Cloud Citadel for now. Cheng Yun he's tone was very calm, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wait until you are back to your peak condition, then we will continue. Then, won't the Prime Minister's plan be delayed indefinitely? In Wu Fa asked. But if we go out now, we will only die. Cheng Yun he said, you are injured to this point. You can't even protect yourselves. How can you talk about business? How long will it take for your injuries to heal? Mine will probably take another month. In Wu Fa coldly snorted. His eyes flashed with hatred. Even with the Jade Spirit Ginseng, he still needed a month to heal. It was easy to imagine how serious his injuries were. I need half a month. Kong Shang Xian said casually. If I had to force it, I would have recovered in 10 days. His eyes were cold as he said, but I can guarantee that King of Hell Chu's injuries are much worse than mine. They are two king-level leaders. The other's injuries may not be lighter than mine. His tone was full of arrogance. That is not King of Hell Chu. Cheng Yun he sighed helplessly. How could this king-level leader Kong be so sure? Golden Horse Riders Department had 4 king-level leaders, and 2 of them were in the same circle. This was really strange. What kind of method did the Real King of Hell Chu use? I will immediately report this matter to the Prime Minister. Cheng Yun he took a deep breath and said, Second Master Kong, please tell me everything that has happened in the past few days. The Prime Minister needs the most accurate information. Only then can he make the most accurate judgment. Kong Shang Xian's face was full of awkwardness. He grunted in agreement. You don't need the Jade Spirit Ginseng for your injuries, right? Give me the remaining 2 Jade Spirit Ginseng. Cheng Yun he made a prompt decision and took back the 2 priceless treasures from Kong Shang Xian's hands. Chapter 171. On this day, Butian Pavilion was still as busy as ever. After the purge, the 2 hall leaders also had a lot of free time. Tai Butian made a rare ruthless decision to uproot these people and kill them all. That day, Iron Cloud Citadel was filled with the smell of blood. More than 1,300 people died under the butcher's knife. That day was also Chungbing He's second day in Iron Cloud Citadel. From capturing these people to killing them, there were only 4 days in total. There were also interrogations and verifications. Tai Butian had invested a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and military power, but such a speed was still astounding. Iron Cloud Citadel fell into an unprecedented state of shock. Everyone knew that King of Hell Chu was the only one who could have done such a big thing. In a short time, King of Hell Chu's notoriety reached another level. In Ironcloud Citadel, his name was enough to stop children from crying at night. If you don't listen, I will let King of Helchu come and capture you. And so, everyone was using these words to intimidate Chu Yang. But it seemed that no one had thought that anyone who could make King of Helchu take action was a simple character. Because of the rise of King of Helchu, Butian Pavilion's power and influence had attracted even more people. During this time, Chang'ong and Chen Yutong, who had just finished their busy work, were once again given a heavy responsibility: screening new people, training new people, and perfecting the 3 halls of Butian Pavilion. These tasks were the most troublesome for the two. If they did well, there would be no merit. But if there was any mistake, the consequences would be on their heads. Anyone could imagine what kind of treatment they would receive if they made a mistake under King of Helchu. The two of them had once joined hands to protest to King of Helchu, asking for a change of job. Even sneaking into Great Zhao to carry out espionage activities was much easier than this kind of work. It would be best if King of Helchu did this himself. That way, everyone would have an easier time. But King of Helchu's one sentence rejected the two of them. If I did it myself, what would I want you to do? I also want to be promoted and get rich just by sitting there. If you have the opportunity, you can introduce me. If you don't want to do it, you can resign and become a soldier in your original hall. Naturally, I will not assign you. Chang'ong and Chen Yutong left with their tails between their legs. But in his heart, he was cursing. Damn it, aren't you just sitting around doing nothing to get promoted and get rich? You make a cup of tea every day, read children's books, and enjoy the hardships of the old men, but you're still making sarcastic remarks. Of course, these words couldn't be said in front of King of Helchu. Wu Qianxian was relatively relaxed during this period of time. That was because King of Helchu was either reading children's books or daydreaming. Wu Qianxian only needed to do her part every day, and everything would be fine. However, Wu Qianxian had a different feeling now. Every time she passed by King of Helchu's butt, she wanted to ruthlessly kick it under the black robe. This little bastard is really trembling now. I forgot how I taught Li Jianing a lesson back then. Also, I haven't settled the score with him for scolding me for no reason that day. Humph, time passed smoothly. In the afternoon, King of Helchu was about to leave when he was informed that a guest had come to visit. It was the Hayamo Saber King. This time, to Chu Yang's surprise, the Saber King came to say goodbye. King-level leader Soul Catcher's injury was very serious, and he felt humiliated, so he didn't want to stay here any longer. Sword King's injury was even worse. He needed to go back to the lower 3 heavens to rest. With his strength greatly reduced, the Mo clan still had several king-level masters in lower 3 heavens. If they came, the Hayamo people would be wiped out. Therefore, after some discussion, the 3 of them decided to temporarily give up their mission in lower 3 heavens. They would return to lower 3 heavens and wait for an opportunity to come back. This matter caught Chu Yang off guard. He guessed that even though he hadn't found the people from Golden Horse Riders Department, they were definitely still in Ironcloud Citadel. There was no doubt about this. Chuji was still thinking about how to make the Black Demons and the Golden Horse Riders Department fight each other once again. He didn't expect them to leave. If they left, he could only rely on Butian Pavilion's current strength to deal with these revered martial artists and king-level masters. This was 10 times more dangerous than before. Same generation, this. King of Helchu really wanted to say, if you leave, who will be the scapegoat? But when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. I also know that we are giving up halfway. However, if we continue to stay here, it will be too dangerous for us. The Hayamo Saber King was also a little depressed. After all, some of the plans he had discussed with King of Hell Chu had not been carried out yet. If they left now, it would seem like they were running away. But the situation was pressing. They had to leave. If official Chu comes to lower 3 heavens one day, this old man will definitely welcome you with wine. Hayamo Saber King Softcloud said this with sincerity. This sincerity made King of Hell Chu feel ashamed. If there is time, I will definitely visit lower 3 heavens. Since the other party had already decided to leave, Chu Yang naturally accepted. Goodbye. The Saber King left with a bit of reluctance. Chu Yang's heart also had an indescribable feeling. The Hayamo clan was equivalent to a huge assassin clan. Moreover, they were very ambitious. Everyone was cruel and merciless. Chu Yang's impression of them had never been good. Ever since he found out that Imo Qingwu was injured for the rest of her life because of them, Chu Yang made up his mind. I must eradicate the Heimo clan from the roots, especially the people in Iron Cloud Citadel. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. If sowing discord and framing could not kill them all, Chu Yang was prepared to do it himself. Even though the Saber King was a lover, his cruel nature was also a fact. But after working together for a while, Chu Yang gave up on this idea. He had seen Imo Chengyu's worries during this period of time. He also knew what Imo Chengyu was worried about. Imo Qingwu's situation after returning to the clan was not optimistic. Chu Yang could not change the Imo clan's decision. In other words, sooner or later, there would be a conflict with the Imo clan. But right now, he had no foundation. At that time, perhaps he could use today's friendship to borrow the strength of the Heimo clan? This was Chu Yang's long-term plan. The people of the Heimo clan left Iron Cloud Citadel on the same day. After they left, King of Hell Chu's face became even uglier. An oppressive feeling weighed down on the hearts of everyone in Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang also knew that he could not blindly rely on external forces. Only by relying on his own strength and influence was the right way to go. But the problem was that he currently had no strength. Up until now, this Butian Pavilion could only be considered an empty shell. Against ordinary people and ordinary officials, it was more than enough. But against the masters of Golden Horse Riders Department, it was far from enough. This situation was far from enough to deal with the strong, but it was more than enough to deal with the weak. This made Minister Chu frown. Butian Pavilion's personnel had greatly expanded. There were nearly 400 people. Most of the new members were martial artists, and a small number were martial masters. As for martial great masters, there was only one pitiful person. There was no one above martial great master. Against Golden Horse Riders Department, the weakest of whom was a martial great master, King of Hell Chu was at his wits' end. Helplessly, Chu Yang hardened his heart. Within 3 days, he must find the hiding place of Golden Horse Riders Department. Right now, the 2 king-level leaders of Golden Horse Riders Department were seriously injured. He could only take advantage of their weakness to take their lives. Quickly cut the Gordian knot. If he waited for 3 days, the 2 king-level leaders would recover some of their strength. At that time, it would be difficult to deal with them. Once Heimo left, Butian Pavilion would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the hands of the 2 king-level leaders. Because of this, King of Hell Chu even cordially met with the leaders of the 3 big clans in Iron Cloud Citadel. Although they were called big clans, in reality, they were just local thugs. Each name was louder than the last. One was called Golden Dragon Clan, one was called Divine Arts Sect, and one was actually called Heavenly Cloud Sect. Right now, the 3 gang leaders were like primary school students as they sat obediently in the main hall of Heaven Mending Pavilion. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Their limbs and legs would occasionally tremble uncontrollably. They could not help but panic. In front of them was the fiercest person in the history of Iron Cloud Nation, King of Hell Chu. The 3 of them looked at the sinister and terrifying mask, the ghost-like black robe, the chilling gaze, the merciless aura of an assassin, and the might of someone who had the power to control the life and death of the world. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. These gangs weren't small. Each of them had more than 1,000 hoodlums and scoundrels under their command. But everyone knew that as long as King of Hell Chu gave the word, these more than 1,000 people would all become human heads that would be hung on the wall. No one dared to doubt this. Chu Yan's wife had just reorganized the government. Could it be that she was now reorganizing the underworld? Otherwise, why would such a big shot above the clouds summon the 3 hoodlums? The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. And the more they trembled. Especially, King of Hell Chu had remained silent since he had come out. He hadn't said a single word. He had only looked at them with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. This made them feel even more terrified. Unknowingly, the leader of the Golden Dragon Gang began to play the pipa with his legs. The leader of the magical arts sect was sweating profusely like a waterfall, and his eyes were misty. As for the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Gate, He was fighting fiercely with his 2 rows of teeth. The more he wanted to clench his teeth and stop them from trembling, the louder the clacking sounds became. In fact, Chu Yang was just casually sizing them up. He was thinking about what to say. He did not expect to scare the 3 of them to this extent. "Do the 3 of you know why I called you here?" King of Hell Chu's voice was very calm and even very warm. Chapter 172. We're done for. This was what the 3 of them were thinking. "King of Hell Chu, please spare me." The leader of Golden Dragon Gang knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Then, he began to slap himself again and again. He was so upset that tears flowed out of his eyes. What the fuck did I just say? I actually called him King of Hell Chu when I was begging for mercy. This is a nickname. Motherfucker. If King of Hell Chu doesn't like it, then I'll have to say goodbye to my head. Official Chu. Minister Chu. Route Song. He slapped himself dozens of times until his face swelled up like a pig's head. Then, he finally stopped. Bang, 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 bang. He kowtowed with all his strength. After a few kowtows, there was an eye-catching pool of blood on the ground. When the other 2 saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that the leader of Golden Dragon Gang had heard something or knew some inside story. This time, the leader of Heavenly Cloud Sect trembled and kowtowed like an old sow. As for the leader of Magical Arts Sect, he did not have any magical power left. He collapsed on the ground like mud with tears and snot. Official Chu, please spare me. Poor me. I have a 10-year-old mother and a 1-month-old child. Chu Yang was stunned. Chu Yang was startled. Am I that scary? Didn't I just say a few words? On the other side, Cheng Ong and Chen Yutong's faces were flushed red, and they almost burst out laughing. These 3 bastards were simply 3 super clowns. They even called themselves leaders of a sect. The minister had only said 1 sentence, and it was a very gentle sentence. But they had all become paralyzed at the same time. There was a strange sound. It was obvious that someone was about to lose control and spill gold. Sit down. King of Hell Chu was a little depressed. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly yelled, "Today, if anyone loses control of their bowels, I will exterminate their clan." The Firmament Cloud Sect master, who had just let out a fart, immediately stiffened his buttocks as hard as steel. Now, even if someone used a steel knife to pry open his buttocks, they would not be able to pry open his buttocks. King of Hell Chu had discovered that they would overthink things if he were to speak nicely to them. Therefore, it was better to use harsh words and harsh expressions to get the desired effect. Sit back down. I will exterminate your clan if you shed a single tear or cry. King of Hell Chu roared. King of Hell Chu was very familiar with the phrase, exterminate other clans. However, the reality was that King of Hell Chu didn't even know which clan he belonged to. The 3 of them immediately sat back down in an orderly manner. They sat with their heads down and their noses straight. If his subordinates saw this, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Each of the 3 of you has thousands of subordinates, or rather, rogues and ruffians. Bring disaster to the village and dominate the region. I've often heard people say that you can handle things that the government can handle, and you can handle things that the government can't handle. 3 sect masters, sect masters, sect masters. You guys are awesome. Chu Yang instantly changed his strategy. Since they are so afraid of me, then it would be useless to try to appease them. It would be better to intimidate them to the end. These words immediately caused the 3 local tyrants to tremble as if they were on the verge of collapse. King of Hell Chu's words were full of murderous intent. Even though I am in charge of Butian Pavilion, why do I feel that in some aspects, my prestige is far worse than the 3 of you? Chu Yang coldly said. We do not dare. The 3 of them knelt down at the same time and kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. I know that you do not dare. King of Hell Chu snorted and coldly shouted. Then, there was no more sound. The 3 below were scared out of their wits. They were sweating profusely and did not dare to move. They had never been so afraid of Iron Cloud Nation's Butian Tai, but today, they were truly scared out of their wits. Even though Butian Tai had great prestige, he was still reasonable. However, This king of Hell Chu in front of them was clearly an unreasonable person. Originally, I wanted to uproot all of you. I, Chu Yang, can reorganize the bureaucracy. How many high-ranking officials have turned into piles of bones in my hands? Do you think I can't reorganize the common people? Chu Yang continued to intimidate them. The three of them became even more scared. Their faces turned pale. The divine arts sect's leader's eyes turned white as if he could faint at any moment. However, I have always been kind and do not like to kill. King of Hell Chu's words made the three feel as if they were listening to a joke, but they did not laugh at all. Therefore, today, I am giving you a chance to live. King of Hell Chu casually said, please believe that if you don't want this chance, it would be for the best for me. Yes, we want it. The three of them were not stupid. Who did not know that if they did not want it, they would really disappear forever? King of Hell Chu did not care about a 10-year-old mother or a 1-month-old child when he wanted to kill people. If you want to fart, you need to use a bit of strength. However, King of Hell Chu did not even need to use the slightest bit of strength when he gave the order to exterminate an entire clan. Very well. King of Hell Chu's expression was not one of concern. He said, right now, there are too many unfamiliar faces in Iron Cloud Citadel. What I need are new faces who have entered Iron Cloud Citadel in the last 2 weeks. I will not hide this matter from you. I need to find traitors and spies. I need information on these people. King of Hell Chu said solemnly, is 3 days enough time? 3 days? The three of them looked at each other. After 3 days, if you cannot find them, then you will begin to flee on the night of the 3rd day. King of Hell Chu leaned back and leisurely reclined on his armchair. He then insipidly said, I don't like to talk about conditions. I don't like to talk about difficulties. My favorite thing is to see the results that I want. I will not give you any benefits, but if you can find them after 3 days, you can continue to exist. If you can complete the mission well, then I will most likely find you to work together. Or, I will directly assign you to Bu Tian Pavilion. I will give you and your subordinates fame and wealth. But if you do not find anything after 3 days, Chu Yang suddenly straightened his back and smiled gently. You three, after 18 years, you will be 3 heroes again. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, see the guests out. When the 3 triad leaders walked out, they felt their legs go soft. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. The cold wind outside the door made them feel as if they had just woken up from a dream. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt the lingering fear in each other's eyes. But for some reason, what left the deepest impression on the 3 of them was King of Hell Chu's promise. If you can complete the mission well, then I will most likely find you to work together again. Or, I will directly assign you to Bu Tian Pavilion. I will give you and your subordinates fame and wealth. King of Hell Chu made so many threats, but the 3 of them did not have a deep impression of him. The only thing that left the deepest impression was his promise. This was King of Hell Chu's promise. These thugs who lived at the lowest level of society, which one of them did not want to stand out? Which one of them did not want to bring glory to their ancestors? Thugs also did not want to be thugs for their entire lives. As long as there was a chance to stand out, they would be more persistent than anyone else. And Chu Yang grasped this mentality. If possible, Chu Yang was willing to provide them with a way out. Even though he was threatening them, this was not Chu Yang's intention. It was for the best solution to the problem. In fact, no matter if they were from upper 3 heavens, lower 3 heavens, or upper 3 heavens, which one of them did not have the spirit of a bachelor? Which one of them was not a fugitive? But it was these fugitives that supported the legend of the Chongtian continent for tens of thousands of years. The righteous ones were the dog butchers. The heartless ones were the scholars. Sometimes, Chu Yang felt that this sentence was very reasonable. The dog butchers had not changed, so they believed in a very simple principle. If you are good to me, I will be good to you. If you give me 3 points, I will give you 10 points. If you can lose a hand for me, I will sacrifice my life for you. If you are not good to me, I will not be good to you. If you humiliate me, if you frame me, I will have no way to redress my grievances. If I have no way out, I will kill you. But after reading more, seeing more, and being more alert, you will think about whether it is worth it or not. He is good to me, but is it worth it for me to sacrifice my life for him? He has helped me, but he is in trouble now, and I am also in trouble now. If I help him, I will be in even more trouble. Is it worth it? So it is said that most people who give their hearts to one another are in Jianghu. Most betrayals are in the officialdom. There are many people who step on the heads of their benefactors to climb up in the world every day. There is a legend in lower three heavens. If you see a butcher who was hit by a carriage on the road, and you save him and send him to the clinic, he will be grateful to you and be your friend for life. But if you see a scholar who was hit by a carriage, don't help him, because not only will he not be grateful to you, but he will also accuse you of hitting him. He thought like this: anyway, my family is in trouble. Anyway, the person who hit me ran away. Even if they find me, I may not be able to afford to offend them. If I don't catch someone, who will pay for my medical expenses? You do a good deed. You are kind and easy to bully. You are just right. What kind of shitty logic is this? It is simply a hole. Chu Yang did not have any ill feelings towards these people, but if he wanted to help them, he would have to see if they were worth it. Only by putting in the effort to gain recognition would he be worth it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In less than half an hour, all of Ironclad Citadel's ruffians and scoundrels suddenly began to move. This time, it was really a sea of people. Everyone seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac. Their eyes shined with a green light as they searched for people from all directions. The army was searching. Butian Pavilion's intelligence network was searching. The detectives from the Ministry of Justice were searching. The bailiffs were searching. The ruffians were searching. The ruffians were searching. The ruffians were searching. The ruffians were searching. The beggars were searching. Even women and children were searching. Ironclad Citadel was in a frenzy to find people. Butian Pavilion's intelligence network was completely flooded with information about people from all over the place within 2 hours. They were extremely nervous as they sifted through the information. As for Minister Chu, who gave the order, he was holding a book called Puppy and Rogue Pig. He was reading it with great interest and giggling to himself. His eyes did not care about what was happening outside. He only focused on reading. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.